And there we go. Hello, hello. Hello. Yes, I am late. A bad person. We are doing a unit... Brain bad habit. Stop opening the wishing screen. We are doing a unit review stream. The last one before Xilonen releases. AKA version 5.1, because that's basically all that 5.1 has. No. 5.1 also has Archon Quest things, of course. Anyways, so for anyone that doesn't know how these work, basically there is a pinned message in my live chat, so people can go and submit their UID to a Google form, and then it basically populates this form here, which, so you can see there's technically there's like 23 entries, although it also like, ignores duplicates and whatever, and why does it do this? Okay. I need to delete the function that is automatically updating this to, I think it probably does that because I delete the old responses. Maybe I guess I just don't have to do that anymore. Fixed. And you can see anytime the form refreshes, which includes whenever anyone submits a new UID, we get a random number here, and I can type in that number in this thing, and then it gives me the UID, and then I can go to enka.network and kablam. And yep, there we go. And then we can look at whoever's things there are, right? So, hey, we're gonna look at a Chiori. So yeah, we'll look at Germany's build, because why not? How can I know? This is a C60, a little bit. I'm guessing, yeah, they probably spent a little bit of money for this Dia. I respect it though, but also, where's your energy recharge? I know for a fact I can confidently say C4 Dia does not reduce her energy needs that much. Well, okay, I don't know. You're doing like Zyphos Kazuha in a mono pyro team. Maybe. Maybe. But anyways, so yeah. That's the process, right? We do randomized selection, and if we get any donations, so I do, I do turn off adverts for the stream, turn off monetization. That way, if I get any donations, like that, I'm treating that as the way to make money from these streams, not ad revenue or anything, right? So donations, I will like alternate-ish between doing randomly selected ones from this, and then doing, you know, paid donation reviews. So hopefully the people that are donating remember to actually include their UID in the message, because that's a problem sometimes. Yada yada. Whatever. Yeah. So, anyways. You have sinned. You have ruined the 60 pity guarantee. You prepare for Xilonen. Uh-oh. Rip. Well, best of luck in still getting her. So yeah. I guess we may as well... Wait. Let's move, not that I don't like Fontaine vibes, but let's move to, I need to figure out where there's, like, good chair spots. I know there's one chair spot, like, right here, but I want to find, like, a chair spot in, like, the Springs area and the other areas, too, in Natlan. I need more vibe spots. Also, I think this is the last day to do this thing, and I haven't done it yet on my main account, but, not that. Let's just go to, I always like going to this place for a vibe spot, and then we'll go look at Germany's couple characters. C2 Kanich is okay. You got, oh boy. Why did you keep wishing for Kanich? Was it for Chevrolet? I mean, that might be understandable. Yeah, C2 Kanich is probably pretty strong. So, you know, as long as you enjoy Kanich. Like the YouTube chat already is broken. Ugh, don't fall. Okay, I'm gonna get up here. Why is... Oh, yeah, the Chenyu Veil thing glowing in the distance there was confusing for me. For a second, I thought that was in Fontaine, but no, that's Chenyu Veil. Alright. Can I sit? Here we go. Alright. We in the vibe spot. And blam. No, you max Chevy 150 pulls ago. Nice. Would you throw it back for infinite primo gems? No strings attached? What does that mean? I don't know what that question means, I'm sorry. Like, are you saying, would I... I'm actually, I just don't understand the question. Sorry. Yeah, whatever. Let's go... Yeah, I have no idea why the hell they haven't announced the 4-star characters. God, Mahoyo's attitude with 4 stars in this game really aggravates me. And not in a, it's a good reaction kind of way. Where's my tab? I can't, there we go, I found it. Alright. So yeah, Dia C6, C6, R5, probably, you know what I mean. Look, I can't begrudge anyone spending money for Dia, of course. This is an extremely high stat value Dia. Like, there is no dead stats on this Dia. there's literally none. Technically, well, okay, you know, again, like, how often is this Dia bursting? Not very often, even with C4. It does not reduce her energy needs to this low. Maybe in a monopyro situation with Kazuha, though, right? With Kazuha and Xiphos, which they probably have. I mean, they did this. They probably went and got R5 Xiphos. So, you know, if you're doing R5 Kazuha, R5 Xiphos on Kazuha, giving like 40% ER plus whatever favs, you know, in a monopyro team, she can definitely burst every rotation, I think, with C4. So... anyways, yeah, this is a freaking 0 dead stat Dia in that context. Well, actually, no, sorry, it's not a 0 dead stat Dia in that context because the EM is a dead stat. You know what? It kills me that this Dia then does not. Please put an ER timepiece on your Dia, and like I feel like you probably have spent enough resin that you probably somehow have a 0 dead stat ER timepiece too, right? Just double crit, HP, attack percent, blam, there you go, and then you can actually make use of your EM substats for vape. Unless you're doing, I don't know, it's look, there might be a reality where you can burst every rotation, but in a vape situation with Dia here, I'm pretty sure the answer is no, because I think her energy needs with C4 in a vape team are probably still towards 170 at minimum, I'm guessing. So, anyways, I do think Zenless is worth playing. Most of the game has a lot of combat. Ancient Avocado. So yeah. Anyways, ER timepiece and this Dia is technically perfect. But, you know, if you play mono pyro Dia, then, you know, don't let me poo-poo you for playing Dia the way you want to play. I enjoy Dia for all the different uses she has. So yeah, I like it. I respect the Dia dedication. That's all. Chiori. C1 Chiori. I think you should use a crit rate circlet. Yup. Nice. Using death percent, yeah. I was actually looking at, so if you didn't see my YouTube community poll, the reason I made that community poll was just as like a general vibe check and also as a wink wink hint hint, I might be getting Chiori. I think I'm committed to getting Chiori at this point. And particularly, I'll get into why when I actually get her, I think. But notably, I was doing some calcs and I found that on 4-piece golden fruit, which is like the obvious set to use on her, a death percent circlet was just better, or sorry, death percent goblet was just better most of the time than an attack goblet, or obviously an attack goblet, than a geo goblet. Like even stat for stat, and obviously this is a ridiculous death percent goblet too. So, point is, like KQM still says like, I don't know why, but KQM says death percent goblet is worse than a geo goblet. But from what I could tell, okay, I was doing calcs to be clear with Harbinger of Dawn. That might have affected it, I guess. But anyways, give us your artifact secrets. Their artifact secrets is they do this. You know, I'll show you their artifact secrets. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 times a day. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Germany, but that's the vibe I get from your account. So So, anyways, you should use a crit rate circlet. But yeah, I will not have this strong of a Chiori build on my Chiori, and I don't want C1 Chiori actually. But yeah, she's an interesting character. I want to mess around with her more, in particular because of the fact that Kachina exists. I think Kachina's existence being a very free, very low investment unit that can buff, like doing a double Geo core of Chiori plus Kachina, where you can buff, Hydro, Cryo, Pyro, or Electro teammates, and then you can have some good off-field damage from Chiori, and she has low investment weapon option in the form of Harbinger of Dawn. Doesn't need crazy stats. She has a very good artifact set available that you probably want to farm anyways. I actually think she's a much more compelling character, weirdly enough, now that Kachina exists. But at the same time, she feels like she kind of might lose value the higher investment you go, right? Like I don't think she's gonna make a difference to my main account, obviously, but I still want her at this point as a example of a low investment, like two unit like team core that you can then do different things built around those 2 units, right? I think that's interesting. So, anyways, yeah, Chiori's an off-field DPS. So, anyways, yeah, we'll be going for Xilonen, of course. I just realized this is there we go. I fixed it. But yeah, use a crit rate circlet, please. This build is like actually just hurting itself with its crit damage circlet, quite frankly. But you know what? If you like critting 66% of the time and seeing a slightly bigger number, you do you. Don't let me stop you, I guess. I wouldn't do it. So yeah, do a crit rate circlet. It is objectively, mathematically better. But if all you like is big number and you don't care about consistency, it doesn't matter, especially at this account level investment. Like does it actually matter at this level of account investment? Hey, you actually have an ER timepiece in your Farina, congrats. Does it actually matter at this level of account investment? Yeah, this person hardcore is this person's hardcore, eh? A resin refresh 10 times a day person. Or maybe not, I don't know, they don't have the new set on Kanich. But they also didn't get Kanich. I'm surprised they didn't get Kanich C1 or C2, since it's like, ooh, 100 crit damage, right? Anyways, R3 Redhorn. Yup. Hey, they can do Burgeonoemia. Anyways, yup. All right. Let's do a hopefully a not whale account. Number 50 specifically. Mualani, Ayato, Singcho. And you can review any character, really. Well, I think I will choose the characters that you listed. Boop. Sacrificial Jade Mualani, nice. Yeah. As a good Sacrificial Jade build on her. Yep. This is a circumstance of like exactly why I find it interesting that Sacrificial Jade, the number one thing about Sacrificial Jade is like it's a very good weapon on her, but on the new artifact set, it's because it gives so much crit rate for free, it lessens the value of the crit, and she's this crit rate descending character. It lessens the value of the crit rate you get from the set bonus to a degree that like a really good two-piece combo like I'm running on my main account is it's hard to get a 4-piece of the new set that is better. But it is possible. I think I might technically have a better 4-piece set, even with my kind of artifacts. I'm kind of just waiting on a circlet that has like HP substats. I would say that like if I was compared to like my two-piece build on my Mualani, I think this build is probably a decent bit better than mine. But not like crazily so. But this is exactly what you're looking for, right? Is you're looking for like crit damage, HP percent, and then EM. Like this is a very healthy, balanced Mualani build. Yeah, very nice. I like it. This is exactly what you'd kind of aim for a Sacrificial Jade Mualani build on Obsidian Codex. top 78 in the world. Yep, not surprising. Not surprising. I do think one interesting aspect, and this is something that wouldn't be reflected in Akasha leaderboards, if you're like using Akasha to evaluate your builds, is Sacrificial Jade, by nature of making it so crit rate is a dead stat, means you can actually have much more freedom to prioritize ER as a stat too. Mostly in the context of like if that just happens to be like you get a bunch of ER rolls. Like my situation on my 4-piece with this set for Mualani, if I switch her to it, is that I have like 160 ER because I have just heavy ER goblet options available. I have a weird 22% energy recharge timepiece that I've gotten. It's the only like relevant HP timepiece I've gotten. And then I've got an energy recharge on my flower and my feather, and it's just like, well, I mean, I guess I have a lot of ER, right? Like I have a ability to potentially burst every rotation. Like freeing yourself from not needing crit rate substats means you're more free to like build extra ER, and that can be extra damage, right? If you're able to burst every rotation on Obsidian Codex with Sacrificial Jade build, that's meaningful. But is it like the best optimal way to spec into it? No, but it is like it's still, you're more free, you're more flexible to do something like that. Obviously, this build is more just the normal style of build, which Akasha likes, but Akasha will not evaluate the value of extra ER, right? So, anyways, the ER Mualani enjoy. I mean, no, because I haven't even bothered switching her yet, because I just still kind of like her two-piece combo. It's just simpler to play. I don't know, and I just don't have to worry about like doing things like bursting after I do her skills. Anyways, what are the characters we look at? Ayato and Xingqiu. Yeah, anyways, nice Mualani build, obviously. Ayato. Jade Cutter, nice. I think you need more crit rate. Yep, good Ayato. I mean, what? Apparently, this is right. To be clear, by the way, like what I want these unit review streams to be normally is like not just people bragging about builds. I want to emphasize this. The point of me doing this is like, yes, you can brag about your stuff. Also, I just got 2 donations. I didn't even notice. Thank you, Len. Thank you, Mars. We'll hopefully get your stuff in a second. I do want, you know, people want to brag out. It's fine, right? We're choosing things by RNG of the randomization function here. I don't care, right? But I do want to encourage people can submit for like, I need improvements. Obviously, this is just a case of here's a cracked Ayato, right? But yeah, their crit rate is kind of low. I really do think they need at least 3.2% more crit rate. A 3.1 roll is not acceptable, obviously. Anyways, the fact that it won 3.1% crit rate roll though would get you to exactly 100% crit rate would be kind of nice, let's be real. So like, unironically, if you have this circlet, even if it's like sacrificing a bit, like even if it's worse, because obviously sacrificing a bunch of attack percent for one more crit rate roll would not be worth it, to be clear. But you're in a situation where you could have a 3.1 crit rate roll that would put you at exactly 100% crit rate. And that's kind of just like extremely nice looking if you manage to have just no, you know, set bonuses going on, whatever. Just 100% crit rate is just like, And you'd be over 200 crit damage anyways, right? Like, yeah, you basically would switch your circlet, lose a little bit of attack. I'm not saying you have this circlet. You'd have to have a very specific circlet that has, I think, it had to be a circlet with 12.4% crit rate. But that's possible. It's easily possible. Thank you, V. So anyways, nice eye though. In Xingqiu, that is it's pretty strong Xingqiu. It's a fairly standard Xingqiu emblem build with C6, so his ER needs to be clear. With C6 are like 180-ish. I actually like doing what they're doing here and having a bit more than that just for comfort on him. Yeah, it's a good Xingqiu build. Nice. But yeah, anyways, unironically, it would be kind of cool, I think, to see this I have exactly 100% crit. There's something just like satisfying about if you can hit exactly 100, right? That's all. Anyways, very nice. Thank you, Banaski. I don't know why I want to look at Ganyu. Something about it called to me. I see they're a skin enjoyer. Anyways, we should go do one of the donation ones before I get behind. Oh wait, Len said you already looked at my account, plenty of ad money. You already looked at my account plenty of times. Still working towards getting my account in order so I can gift 100 euros again. Oh jeez. Well, thank you, Len. Akasha Grinder D-Luke, please. He is point what? Oh my god. Okay, well, Mars wants me to look at a really, really strong D-Luke. He's 0.17% on Redhorn leaderboard, but he has multiple builds for Serpent Spine and Redhorn. Yeah. See, any truly invested like main for that's my theory, right? Is like anyone that's really truly invested in any like given character, like if they're your main, you don't have one build for the character. You got multiple builds because like you understand, like you used a character enough that you understand the nuances of like slight different situations and teams can change what kind of build you want to use sometimes, and you change it around to fit things. So anyways, please review your account. You haven't played in 2 years. Okay. Well, I mean, submit to the review form, and we'll see if RNG chooses you. I'm curious why you still follow Genshin content after 2 years of not playing, though. But yeah. Anyways, what did Benaski say something? Oh, they didn't think they were gonna get picked because they submitted during the last review. Oh, wait, did you, what? I cleared out the form though. It shouldn't have. Anyways, whatever. C3 to Luke. What is this? It's 4-piece Crimson. Nice. He's the character that they I think made Crimson for. Not often is that something you see necessarily though, because you know Deluge obviously his strongest place is with Cloud Retainer, which you know is pretty decent. And in Cloud Retainer cases, if you're using, you know, Farina, I don't see Cloud Retainer here, but if you're doing Farina Cloud Retainer, you use MH, right? Not Crimson. But yeah, anyways, this is an extremely good Crimson build. Honestly, this is a good enough Crimson build that's like, makes it very hard for an MH build to actually be worthwhile to spec into, is actually really what it is. That's one of the funny things I've noticed as I have like farmed different artifact sets and tested MH in situations where I can use MH, is like in particular I noticed this with Arlecchino, where in like, oh, one of the cool advantages of doing like weird burning Arlecchino things with Emily or doing Burgeon things with Arlecchino was that you could cost some self damage for Arlecchino and be able to use 4-piece MH on her without Farina. But like, it just never really felt that relevant to me, and I think that's just because I have a really, really, really good 4-piece build available for her, such that, you know, the slight advantage that, you know, the average damage going up from the extra crit rate provided by 4-piece MH is just not that significant, right? When you're talking really, really invested builds, essentially. Like, I think the crit rate set bonuses are more noticeable the less crit rate you have. Also 100% crit rate. Gladiator build and like, you know, very nice. So I don't know, it's interesting, right, to think about the fact that even when you have a highly invested, what was that in my throat? When you have a highly invested build, whether it be 2-piece, 4-piece, whatever, compared to these crit rate sets, how they still aren't even that worthwhile to farm sometimes, because it's not like it will crazily change the experience. So yeah. 249 for the guy that hasn't played for 2 years. Curious. Okay. All right. Who was the person? It was Boredom. All right, Boredom. Try to get your UID in chat. And since Len has paid for your review, we can do that. We'll do theirs next, I guess, so I don't forget about it. Anyways, Mars also did say they're married to Crimson Witch, and that's kind of like what I was kind of going down towards, is like the value of MH even with Farina is not that high in this kind of a build, right? Like it just like why bother switching so you can have like what, the 20% more crit damage, maybe 30% more crit damage, but you lose the like, you're gaining more crit, right? You're getting more crit rate, more crit damage potentially by switching to MH, which is good, but you're losing a relevant set bonus. Such that like it just it's basically a wash, right? So, anyways, yeah, extremely good Diluc, very nice. Respect the Diluc dedication. Boredom says they let me get it 1 sec. All right, we'll just we'll do a random one, I guess. Number 94. Hytham, Farina, Noel, Yai. Pick whatever. That's too many. Well, I will pick whatever until we see Boredom's UID. Hytham, Farina, Noel, Yai. Wait, were they AR-45? The person we were looking at before was not. No, they're AR-60. Okay. Can I donate for reviews too? Yes, you can. But I will... Oops. I will... What is happening? Why am I stuck on this screen? Yeah, I alternate between doing randomized reviews and whatever. There we go. What are we doing? Farina. Oh yeah, Farina, Hytham, Noel, Yai. Farina. Yeah, pretty good Farina build. You're not running an ER timepiece, so you know if you need more ER, you can just switch to an ER timepiece. So you're probably good. Yep. And this weapon does give a little bit of extra ER for a short period after you use your skill, of course, right? So, there's many a situation where this is perfectly fine, and obviously this is a very healthy amount of crit. You are in a situation wherein it's possible a crit damage circlet could be theoretically ideal, but of course with a crit rate circlet that has this much crit damage and also 2 extra HP rolls, like this is a ridiculous circlet. It's very likely that this is their optimal circlet, to be clear. So, you know, even if normally when you have this much crit rate on a Flufshunder build, because it gives 16% skill crit rate, it probably would make sense to switch to a crit damage circlet. In this context, it's very likely that they don't have a better circlet, right? So, yep. So you have to donate? No, you don't have to donate. Go rewind the stream, you guys. I'm not going to repeat myself 500 times. I have a link that says pinned. Use this form. Use the form. This is literally a randomized one that's not paid. You don't have to donate. I'm like, what do you think alternating means? I'm alternating between donations. If you want to guarantee one, though, yes, you have to donate, because I do not have superhuman powers to review every single one of you. Sorry. So the most fair way I can do it is randomized, right? I randomize them. And then, but you can also donate, because we're in a relationship that, like, yeah, I can make money from this, and hopefully, like, you can feel like you get something of value for your money. But also, you don't have to spend money. You can just RNG. I don't. People like, oh, you have to spend money. No, you don't have to spend money. I've never said you had to spend money. Well, anyways, distracted. My bad. This is a very nice guy. I don't like 4-piece golden tube if it's set on her, but it's obviously still a very good choice on her. Even got a very healthy amount of ER. This is enough ER that in like official Yai teams, she can burst consistently. And C1 reduces her. Wait, no, C1 does not reduce her burst cooldown. It just refunds her energy. Never mind. So anyway, she can burst consistently with like official team in this with this amount of ER. Well, okay, it still depends on the team a little bit, but probably can burst consistently in official team with Yai. Anyways, no, it's the same form, but I reset the form. Sorry. So submit again, because if I didn't reset the form, then there would be hundreds and hundreds. Like it would if I never reset the form, there would be like thousands of submissions here, and I want people to be here live when their thing is getting reviewed. Not that they're always able to stay here, because sometimes I'll like review something that someone submitted early in the stream, but then I don't get to it until later in the stream because I get randomly selected later. So, you know, no, yeah, this is reset every time because it'd be silly. I'm not gonna review a bunch of things from someone that like submitted to the form 3 months ago or whatever. I don't think I was doing these streams 3 months ago, but yeah. So it gets reset. Anyways, very nice Yai. We'll see if I ever have a good enough. I don't even think my 4-piece Golden Troop build that I have, even with some really good 4-piece Golden Troop artifacts, I don't think it's good enough for me to like want to switch her to 4-piece Troop, which is interesting. But yeah, this is obviously a very, very nice Golden Troop UI build with the big ol' asterisks of it is a little bit sad to see 0 EM on AI build. I will say that. It's to a degree that I think well, I don't know. Golden Troop is giving you so much damage bonus that like getting extra EM to convert, it's like, I don't know. If you have an EM timepiece, I would experiment with an EM timepiece. Even in situations where she's not triggering aggravate consistently, it's possible. Like, you might just end up preferring it. So, because it will be better in AoE situations, and in non-AoE situations, it's probably not going to be that much worse, right? So, yeah. I say this as someone, to be clear, that does use an attack percent timepiece on Yai, but I also have a very significant amount of EM in substats, where you have 0. So, yeah. That would be my main suggestion, probably. Yeah, Boredom will do your... I see your UID. We'll do you in a second. Because Len paid for it. Thank you for the Carmen Fox for the donations. We'll get to you guys in a little while. Like I said, we got alternate. Noel and Hatham. Look at Hatham and then Noel, because obviously Noel is more important. Yep. This is a nice Gilded Dreams Hatham build. Hey, look, we found all your Yai's EM. Yep. Very nice Hatham build. You even have a healthy amount of ER. That's the struggle with Hatham, really, is getting him... He doesn't... I don't know. He's weird. You definitely want ER on him. His burst is important. But also, like, a nice thing about Hatham, and this is why I think some people like him more than he actually, like... I think people overrate him a little bit. Just saying. He's a good character. But his teams are relatively limited for him to feel good in. And his ER needs can be annoying, in my opinion. But you have a healthy amount of ER, which is nice. It's not easy to get, like, this balance of crit. Obviously, the weapon helps. It's not easy to get a good balance of crit in ER and whatever on Hatham. So, yeah, he's a very hard character to recommend because of his stat investment requirements, in my opinion. But obviously, very, very nice. Very, very nice. And Noel, the most important one here, of course. I mean, I know Yai is here, to be clear. Yai is important, of course, but, you know, we need to acknowledge the cracked Noels when we see them. Wow, yep. Wow. Wow. You have 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, yeah, 2, 3, 4. I'm not going to count that as a dead stat. Yep, wow. I mean, I guess you could say the attack percent is kind of a dead stat, but not really, in my opinion. Yep. Wow. This is a strong Noel, to say the least. Red Horton is like one of the last 5-star weapons that they have in the game that I am tempted to get for a build kind of like this. But also for like weird builds on Xinyan. Like, it's a stat conversion weapon, is why. And stat converting, like giving you extra value from stats that you wouldn't otherwise have available, is always going to be desirable to me. And I don't know, I still think Red Horton is an interesting weapon, and maybe we'll get it eventually, but I also lately have very much been like, ugh, I don't really want weapons. I have enough weapon options, is kind of my feeling. So, yep. Anyways, very nice. Alright, let's look at boredoms quick. What are we looking at, boredom? Well, you said you haven't played in 2 years, and you did not have your profile visible. So, Len, how do you feel about paying for this one? But yeah, that was indeed like a perfect Noel. Your Yai in Kazuha? Alright, well your Yai, I gotta say your Yai could be level 90. She could probably use a little bit more anything. And then, how do you make it visible? If you actually like do have the game installed, you go to your profile and make it visible. The same spot where you go and display your characters, you go hit the gear, or not the gear, the little edit button in the menu, and then you go and there's a little switch toggle. In fact, it's literally showing right on screen right now, by the way. So, and then make it visible. There's a little switch. So, yep. We'll leave it open for a second, and we'll do another random one. Actually, we'll do V's, and then we'll do a random one, and then we'll go back to boredoms. Leave that one open. It's gonna take a second to refresh boredom. It's not gonna go immediately. So you'll have to wait a few minutes because it does not update immediately. V wanted me to look at their Noel, DeLuke, Raiden, and Linny not stacked. Appreciated by C. There we go. Hey, we can actually just not. It's for once a device one, not just how. Wow, look at my crack build. Crazy. Noel, DeLuke, Raiden. Right, DeLuke, Serpent Spine. Nice. Two-piece combo. Yep. I think your build is pretty decent, realistically. Obviously there are 4-piece combo sets available for DeLuke. The question is like, what team are you using with DeLuke in order to determine how worthwhile that is. This is obviously not a bad build. You have very good artifacts across the board, I'd say, with pretty high stat value, with the only, like, you know, piece that could gain a meaningful improvement being the EM timepiece, but EM timepieces can be pain, and you're also using it as a 2-piece set bonuses right now. So, you know, I don't know, it still has a very good amount of relevant stats. Ultimately, DeLuke is a unit that's going to be very reliant on units buffing him to some form or another. Like his raw multipliers are just not that strong. So, and that's like what most characters in the game are in a state of. Most characters in the game need a good amount of buffing. So yeah, it's a pretty good in progress build. Being that you have Farina, right? MH is of course a consideration, I'd say, especially for this, right? Like if you're using DeLuke Farina, MH is going to be probably meaningfully better, most likely, right? But it's also not like it'll be magically immediately better just by forcing the 4-piece set bonus with garbage artifacts or anything, right? Like this is not a bad build. So I don't know. It's hard to say what you should farm for DeLuke, right? I would say it depends on the team, unfortunately. He's with Kazuha, Singcho, and Benny. Okay, yeah. And in that context, then yeah, it's basically just Crimson, Gilded Dreams, or obviously 2-piece like you're doing. See any other set bonuses? I don't know. I feel like Crimson is probably not worth it to farm the 4-piece for, but I could be wrong. I don't know the exact difference in how much stronger Crimson could be for him. That's a very like DeLuke, Bennett, Singcho, Kazuha is a very much a classic DeLuke team, I guess. At this point, like Kazuha was the newest character in that team, and he released a little while ago, in case anyone was unawares. So I don't know. The opening 1.54k attack aren't DeLuke needing Bennett? Yes. They did say they were using Bennett, I believe. Did they not? Yes. Kazuha, Singcho, and Benny. Yes, they are using Bennett. Yeah, without Bennett, other weapon options could maybe be better, but it's also an R5 Serpent Spine, which gives a whack ton of damage %, so it's still not bad even without Bennett. But yeah, I don't know. I think the only true consideration would be if you start using him with Farina, right? Then you could use an MH build, but other than that, is it really worth the farm like 4-piece Crimson? I don't know. It depends on like what other things you're farming for characters, right? If you're farming for Natlan characters right now, right, and you don't need to strongbox the garbage artifacts from the Natlan domain into any other unit, right, then you can consider like strongboxing for Crimson, right? When it comes to what you're strongboxing, like, as long as you don't really need something else, like you don't need a strongbox for emblem or whatever, right? You can gain very meaningful value from just, potentially improving the build slowly by strongboxing over time, right? I don't think it's worth it to farm the domain, that's for sure. So it's weird. Fernie is used elsewhere so he gets Bennett. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I don't know. Really, Shan Yun. Ultimately, Shan Yun would be the best way if we're trying to seriously consider ways to improve your Diluc. It's probably Shan Yun, realistically. Unless, well, I don't know. If you already are Dragon Striking on him, if you're that cracked of a Diluc player, but I'm gonna guess you're not. So, and I don't like making recommendations for characters that play for things that's like, oh, pull a 5-star character, but I don't know. If your Freena's tied elsewhere, it's probably the, I don't know. But also, Shan Yun isn't necessarily that relevant with Diluc without Freena. so, I don't know. The options to make Diluc feel really strong are weird. I don't know. I wish I had more advice. I don't have any good ideas for ways to make him meaningful strong that aren't like the generic formats, right? So I don't think Shan Yun is a need. I'm not sure what Shan Yun would do for Diluc in a non-Farina context. I would look up people that have played Diluc with Shan Yun without Farina. I'm sure they exist somewhere. We'll look at it. Noelle, Raiden, and Lenny quick. I mean, your Lenny seem very good. I don't think there's much to improve here, realistically. Yup. Yeah, I do be a strong Lenny build, I think. I mean, if you're struggling for options to use him, I'd say like, don't forget that like Chevreuse is a thing you can do with him. I think his Chevreuse teams are kind of interesting because you normally, like in Chevreuse teams, you like kind of want to lean into like with an on-field pyro DPS, you want a bunch of off-field Electro, like Fischl, for example, to be able to keep up the overloads and get some meaningful off-field damage. But in his case, you don't want Fischl's Electro application because that would prevent you from like being able to take full advantage of his passive that gives you extra damage from enemies that are affected by pyro, which means you do something like put Raiden or Kuki, like a low amount of application Electro applier. Like they trigger enough overloads to keep the buff up from Chevreuse, but you always have pyro on the enemy, so you're getting the full damage from Lenny. So yeah, that is what I would consider for him, maybe. Don't forget, there's other teams available other than like whatever the generic mono pyro format is. I do think Chevreuse Lenny is one of the characters that Chevreuse, I think, helped give a bit more team variety to, and I think that's cool. So yeah, but your build's obviously very good. I don't think it's worth being concerned about. Raiden and Lenny. Oh, I mean, your Raiden was a C2 Raiden on engulfing. The crit looks obviously. This is just what Raiden engulfing builds look like, quite frankly. I mean, if you want my advice, technically, you could do hybrid Raiden. If you had emblem pieces that had EM in particular. EM and a lot of crit, which is not a given. It's definitely not a given. But, yeah. I don't know. It's not like you have a low amount of relevant stats in this Raiden. It's C2, so you're probably fine, right? She has a decent number of team options now with Farina and Chevreuse available that I think this build would be more than competent for clearing most content. Like, it's just going to be a little inconsistent. So, anyways. Oh, you just got her. Oh, okay. I didn't expect you just got her because she was C2 for some reason. I don't know. My brain was just like you probably had gotten C2 over time. That makes more sense then. The tap goblet could be better, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, attack. Yeah, I would check. Don't forget that. That's fair. It's fair to call out. You very well might have a better attack goblet available than this. So you could check that. But it's not like one artifact is gonna magically like fix the crit balance here. Like you just need like really good artifacts across the board for a normal engulfing Raiden build, and it's just like ugh. Oh, she's an annoying character to build, especially with engulfing. Yeah. Anyways, very nice. Oh, we got a double 5-star temple. Wow. Very nice, very nice. What is Hybrid Raiden? I will probably have a video on Tuesday. It's basically the universal Raiden build. You build some extra EM on her, but it's really only something that, in my opinion, works with stat conversion weapons. Most notably, Staff of Scarlet Sands actually makes it pretty easy. Engulfing Lightning is technically doable, but much harder for the artifacts you need, in my opinion. Both of them are not like low investment builds. Both of them take a meaningful amount of artifact investment, but I don't personally think it's that much harder to do a Staff of Scarlet Sands Hybrid Raiden build with EM crit damage than it is to do like a normal engulfing Raiden build like this one. They both are gonna be similar amounts of annoying to farm, and I think in many ways, especially with the elixirs existing now, a Staff of Scarlet Sands Raiden would be easier still, because a Hybrid Raiden doing EM crit rate on engulfing could be good. It could be pretty competent too, but you need a lot of crit in substats. Like it pushes you heavily towards crit and substats, and you'll have less total EM usually. It's just like I don't know. I'm just saying it's a consideration for V if they happen to have like a good EM timepiece and a EM goblet that has a good amount of crit. It's a consideration to try, because as soon as you do that, suddenly Raiden, especially with C2, can be very, very competent at being a carry in many variations of teams. Like it's a build playstyle that I use. Here you can see an example one on Polearms only here. It's a build playstyle I use. Where's my dang thing? It's a build playstyle I use. So something like this, right? But this is with Staff of Scarlet Sands. So Staff of Scarlet Sands is giving me a bunch of the crit I need. With engulfing, you would want a whole bunch more crit and substats than I have on this build. Yeah, so it looks something like this, right? With 500 EM, whole bunch of crit. I would like a little bit more ER than this, but it's mostly fine. And you basically unlock Raiden to being able to have good carry damage for bursting consistently, but she also gets still very good transformative reaction damage, like Hyper Blooms, Overloads, whatever. So like even in the context of a Shivers team, I like having Hybrid Raiden because it makes her get some off-field like overloads going on for like 15k-ish damage. I think it goes a little bit higher than that, but 15k-ish damage from overloads. That can trigger off-field from Raiden before bursting on her, and that can really help smooth out situations with like Raiden Shivers, wherein like an enemy has 10% of their health left, and you just want to you don't want to burst again for an enemy that has 10% of your health left, right? You don't want to restart your whole freaking rotation and use your big damage output burst on her when the enemy has 10% health left. You want to just kill the enemy and then use your burst at the start of the wave of the next enemies, right? So anyways, it's really something that's only doable in my opinion with Engulfing Lightning or Staff of Scarlet Sands. The reason being is because these weapons convert so many of other stats that you need to build on Raiden for this context to attack. In the context of this weapon, it converts EM to attack. This weapon converts energy recharge to attack. It converts so much, like it lets you get a very high amount of attack, such that she can have a good amount of like carry damage potential in like every different teams. It's the best of both worlds build, where you can do what is strongest with Raiden, where her most relevant use case is the fact that she does her high frequency hits electro from off field, but also do what's fun about Raiden, which is her big Booba sword burst, right? So that's why I like Hybrid Raiden. That's a very quick summary. I will hopefully have a video out on the last day of her banner. I plan on recording it tomorrow. I have it planned out properly now. So, you know, yeah. There's enough that has changed in the game that I think is that changes the conversation about hybrid riding a little bit. That makes it, I think, more worthwhile to do even than it used to be, because it's now easier to achieve. But anyways, yeah, in progress ride and build. I don't know. You can obviously with C2 especially, like C2 makes her a good enough carry. It just like isn't nearly as relevant in my opinion to do hybrid riding. I still prefer hybrid riding with C2, yeah, actually even more. But her damage output is good enough that like it doesn't really matter anywhere near as much once you have C2, quite frankly. As long as the rest of the team is still invested decently, like in your Chevis team or whatever. But if you like playing her in a lot of different potential teams, it's kind of crazy how the weird build with Engulfing Lightning or Staff of Scarlet Sands can enable her to be used in so many more different situations. So, and that's kind of all it is. Homa does HP to attack LMAO. It's not that strong of a conversion. Like, and the difference is, like, notably, you don't build Raiden is not HP scaling, right? You don't build HP on Raiden. With a hybrid Raiden thing, you're building EM on Raiden. Staff of Scarlet Sands is converting EM to attack, right? It's you get value from EM, but then you get additional value from it from the conversion. In Engulfing Lightning, you already need to be building ER. You have a bunch of ER already. You know, ER is a valuable stat in Raiden that is providing damage with her passive and 4-piece emblem, and then you can convert that energy recharge to attack, another valuable stat, right? So that the overall stat distribution is still very healthy, even though you are speccing into EM more than like energy recharge and whatever. Like with Engulfing Lightning on a C2 build, it's like it's weird. But anyways, I don't recommend Engulfing Hybrid Raiden, but it is the second most doable weapon. So, anyways, Noelle, Verdant Noelle, nice. This is a little bit of a rarity. What can you cheat? Yeah, she can. Wait, what? I don't remember the passive exactly. I think she can fully proc the passive, right? I don't remember. Yeah, it is a little bit of low amount of crit damage, let's say, for an MH build. It's not that low, I guess. Oh, I see. The feather doesn't have any crit damage, that's why. Yep. Other than that, it's pretty healthy. Depending on what team you're running exactly and what your like fab situation is. Yeah, like without fab on, with fab on Farina, for example, that could reduce her ER needs a little bit. I have found that in like when I've been doing Noelle, Farina, Xilonen, I usually like having 140 plus on like a Serpent Spine build with 4-piece MH. So it's possible you may find you also want to have more energy recharge than this. That is definitely the most annoying part about building Noelle is her energy needs. But obviously, yes, Red Horn would potentially give you a lot more crit damage. Is it worth getting Red Horn? I don't know. Maybe. I can't say I'm not tempted by it. But anyways, we spent a long time on this account. Sorry. That was not my intention. I just like when I have thoughts, right? I did not spend extra on this account because of the fact that they paid. It was just because I had thoughts. Alright, we'll do boredoms and then we'll do a random one. You can refresh? There we go. And they said Yai and Kazuha, I think. Verdict is just a stat stick on her? Oh, okay. I know the attack percent wouldn't do anything, but yeah. Can she not? No, isn't the passive just triggered by Crystallize? I mean, she can trigger the passive, can't she? I don't know. Maybe she can. I don't remember. I don't care enough. Boredom, I would say don't. So to be clear, set bonuses like on Kazuha, it does make sense to potentially force 4-piece VV, which you are not forcing right now. It can make sense to force 4-piece VV for Kazuha to just buff someone else in the team. So yeah, don't forget that 4-star artifacts are relevant. But the reason you use 4-piece VV, you can force 4-piece VV, is because like its set bonus is that relevant, and it gives you Res Shred, right, which is a form of buffing that is not very commonly available, and is very strong, So forcing 4-piece VV absolutely makes sense. Like literally just swap to a different flower. If we're talking optimized Cosmo builds, obviously, EM main stat timepiece, EM circlet, or sorry, EM or energy recharge timepiece, EM goblet, and EM circlet is ideal, obviously. But this account is not in a state where I think it's like, oh yeah, to go farm 5 years of VV and that's the smartest thing to do. Like, no. So I don't know what do you recommend an account like this do? Well, getting Bennett functional is probably maybe step number 1. I don't know. Yeah, I'm well aware it's 3-piece. I saw that. That's why I was saying, like, just forcing the 4-piece bonus with VV flower, doesn't matter what rarity it is, just force the bonus is better. They've also like, you're probably not aware if you weren't paying that close attention to like your resources. It takes a lot of resources to level up artifacts to 20. When your account is in a state like this one, you shouldn't level artifacts to 20 unless it's like a really good artifact, or like if it can be relevant to level to 20, obviously, as a priority. But oftentimes you want to make sure you like just focus on like balancing your XP use for leveling artifacts, like getting artifacts to level 16 rather than over prioritizing leveling your feather to 20. Like, what did leveling this feather to 20 do on Kazuha here? Like, yeah, it might give him one more crit rate or ER roll, but it's not like that crit rate or ER roll is going to do anything meaningful for his damage contribution, right? And then he gets a little bit more base attack, but again, like for Kazuha's damage output, you basically just want to be able to have a lot of EM. Like, this build is not going to be doing a meaningful amount of damage, and like the priority should not have been to level this feather to 20, right? It would have been more valuable to use the XP that took this from like level whatever to 20 to go and put it into leveling other characters' artifacts potentially, right? But the other notable takeaway, though, and this is more important, particularly for like DPS units, you are definitely falling into the trap that I see most players fall into, where they're just like, Yoimigo best build, right? And then they go to game8.co and let's see builds, right? And it's like, okay, Skyward Atlas, Lost Prayer to the Sacred Winds, Widzith. I like how they don't list, oh wait, no, they do list her weapon. It's just the best weapon. And they say Golden Troop. Right, and I don't know what guide this person followed. They probably followed a guide that was like back during Dender's release or something. And they just use Gilded Dreams because Gilded Dreams used to be like the best option for her kind of thing. And they're forcing 4-piece Gilded Dreams because, the 4-piece of this set bonus is the best one. It's the best one, and so I gotta force it. Like, no, it doesn't mean force the set bonus. It means that's the best one, assuming all things were equivalent. Right, assuming you had the same exact stats on this set versus the same exact stats on this set, but you never have that circumstance. No individual Genshin account is ever in a circumstance of having the same exact stats available on every single set. And the fact of the matter is, 4-piece bonuses are harder to get the equivalent stats compared to like 2-piece bonuses as far as like efficiency of using resources goes. So Yai is in a state where like I almost think it rarely makes sense to force 4-piece set bonuses on her, because like you just don't get enough relevant stats from most 4-piece set bonuses to be more worthwhile than what you could do for 2-piece combos. And even in the worst case, like just don't over prioritize set bonuses over like the right main stats, kind of thing. Like why did you bother leveling up a level 6 a 5-star death percent goblet, right? Like I have no idea. I'm presuming they just don't. This is just a player that is not well informed about how the mechanics of the game works, hasn't bothered trying to learn or realize that death percent is not used in calculating the damage of the character. But they leveled it up anyways for whatever reason, because I don't know, it had EM. Maybe that's what they were thinking. So I there's not like an easy recommendation for this account to like magically fix anything, right? I would probably say, yeah, don't forget like main stats over like this is interesting. this timepiece though. That should be on Kazuha. Not Kazuha doesn't even need the crit to be clear, but still it should be on Kazuha. Or it should be on Yai as an off piece, or realistically, right? Like that's a good enough piece. It should be on Yai. Yeah, like just as an example, right? If we no, we don't have any crit circlet. We can see. Oh, we do. Like let's just break the set bonuses completely on Yai, right? Let's go through a hypothetical where this is a 4-star circlet to be clear, but hey, look, it's still got crit damage and whatever. So put this circlet on Yai, right? Put this timepiece on Yai, right? So we're just breaking the set bonus, so we will have maybe 2-piece EM or whatever. And then so with those 2 pieces, right? With this artifact and with this artifact, we would suddenly be sitting at, and with Zed being leveled up more, we'd be sitting at probably like 60% crit rate. Well, she ascends with crit rate, so yeah, it's something like 60% crit rate with 100 and some odd crit damage, I think. Because let's see, yeah, no crit, no, yeah, 100 and some odd crit damage. We'll say like 130. I don't feel like doing the math exactly, right? But just by doing those 2 changes, right, suddenly Yai actually has a healthy crit ratio. And what did we lose for that? Well, we lost the 4-piece Guild Dreams bonus, which is losing some EM, but we're also gaining, you know, a whole bunch of like other relevant stats just because we have the right main stats on her, right? So ultimately it's a situation to put the best artifacts you have available on a character. And it's very possible that sometimes, you know, doing something like 2-piece, no piece could be the best artifacts you have available. Obviously this account is just going to be very limited across the board for artifact options. But don't over prioritize substats. Don't over prioritize set bonuses when you can just like give relevant stats in general, right? Like set bonuses are just giving stats, and artifacts. The primary value you get from artifacts tends to be from main stats over anything else, right? You tend to get a lot more value from main stats over set bonuses. That's not always the case, to be clear. Like the new Natlan artifacts giving 40% crit rate for free for the Natlan units, Natlan DPS units, to be clear, can be worth it to force fairly early on because 40% crit rate is a lot, and it's quite hard to get crit, especially at lower investment levels. So it can be very worthwhile to force that set bonus. But the set bonuses have to give a lot of relevant stats to a given character to be worth forcing. Versus like forcing in the sense of like, you know, using an HP goblet when the HP is doing nothing for the character, right? In this case, would attack or EM cup be better on Yai? I mean, I don't know what goblets they have. I mean, I know they have this Kazuha goblet, so like this has some relevant stats for Yai, so probably that attack goblet, right, would be the theoretically best option, I think. Like, yeah, honestly, like what's funny is like you could do a rainbow build on this Yai, like with a 5-star crit rate circlet, and like just yoink this feather from Raiden, yoink this timepiece from Raiden for Yai. I guess probably yoink the flower too. like there is like a functional Yai build in here. It's just meant to be an example, not that they have to, like, not that Yai is the smartest one to spec into, right? It's an option. But yeah. As someone who hasn't played for boredom, I think you also said you didn't play for like 2 years. Dendro exists now. A Dendro has existed for a while. And it's very good for Yai. Dendro good for Yai. It make her do more damage. So, you know, this feels like something I would learn in a classroom setting. I mean, kind of. It is just like math a little bit. It's me saying math things without doing math. Yeah, I don't know. As far as like what domain to farm for, The easiest option for, I'd say, for like a team that is compelling without a ton of investment is probably like Dendro Traveler. That's going to require like farming Gilded Dreams, Deepwood for putting Deepwood on. Well, I don't know. You don't have to put Deepwood on Traveler, I guess. You just have to give them a burst consistently. If you're not putting Hydra in the team, it doesn't technically matter. But anyways, something like, you know, Yai, Kazuha, yeah, Yai, Kazuha, Dendro Traveler. I don't know what other Dendro units they have, if any. And they have Kale, but no. So Yai, Dendro Traveler, Kazuha, and I don't freaking know for the last slot. I guess a healer, right? So whatever healer or shielder you want for staying alive is probably what you could do, and that would work probably pretty okay, right? Even with your existing artifacts on Yai, once like she got leveled up maybe a little bit more, once her weapons leveled up a little bit more, yada yada, doing something like I suggested, swapping around artifacts. Raiden could obviously be very usable at lower investment levels by switching to a EM focus build. So that would be something like full EM on Gilded Dreams. You do have an EM timepiece on Gilded Dreams, which is pretty cool. That could actually help you out a lot for doing something like that. And that would be something like, you know, Raiden, Sing Cho, you do have, and you have C2, nice. And, oh, you even have C2 and enough energy recharge. Crazy. Didn't look at your Sing Cho build before. You actually have a functional Sing Cho build. Let's go. You don't even have to use, so yeah, he's ready to go. So you can do Sing Cho, Dendro Traveler, Raiden, and then you got a flex slot. You can throw kind of whoever in the flex slot. So yeah, and then Hyperbloom Gober. Yep, and that would just require like ER timepiece on Dendro Traveler, ideally 4-piece Deepwood, of course. So like it wouldn't take that long for this account to get to a functional spot, is what I would say, right? It really wouldn't. So I think in this case, because 2 units that are relevant for doing Dendro related teams, probably a little bit of resin spent in 4-piece Golden Troop, or not Golden Troop, Gilded Dreams and 4-piece Deepwood. Why am I saying 4-piece? Just that domain, right? That domain. More of these artifacts could be good for Yai, obviously. They could be good for a EM build on Raiden. Deepwood artifacts good for your Dendro supports, or even potentially as DPS pieces, obviously, in some contexts. And, you know, getting more pieces for like Hu Tao in the same vein, and then strong boxing for some VV for Kazuha, right, would probably be the route I would head towards. As far as improving this account as fast as possible, and then, you know, getting Bennett to maybe be functional. He already has an ER timepiece, so he's actually not very far away from being functional. Put Sapwood, level this timepiece up all the way, put Sapwood Blade on him, and actually this Bennett build is already functional. Right? So, you know, obviously we would want more resource investment into his burst and whatever, but, so it would take some resources, but this account is not that far away from having some functional team options, really. It's kind of all it is. So, yeah, I would just take some time focusing on things. What character should you wish for? The one you want? I'm sorry for being like this person that like doesn't tell people to wish for specific things. If you want to like improve your account as fast as possible, ultimately it's going to take more investment into farming more than it is getting specific characters. Is what the state of your account is right now. You know, Xilonen could be very valuable, but like you do already have Kazuha, but Xilonen could still be valuable for being a Kazuha that heals, because, you know, it seems like you might be wanting for some healer options in some teams. But the value you get from Xilonen, same thing like the value you can get from Kazuha's buff, is going to be dependent on how good of like a DPS build you have on your characters you're pairing with Kazuha. Like the strength of his buff is going to scale with the strength of your character, your crit based carries in particular. So, like, I don't think there's like a number one character I'd recommend, but like if you want like a list of the strongest characters that are worth pulling for boredom, that have released recently, As far as carry units, you know, that particularly one that might get a rerun soon-ish is like Arlecchino is obviously very, very strong, but is again going to require meaningful investment. But you do have decent options for teammates for her already because she's ridiculously versatile. Getting the Natlan units isn't a bad option because like they just are pretty easy to build to the point of being pretty compelling thus far. Like both Mualani and Kanich thus far have been pretty easy units to build from starting from like scratch kind of thing, because they both have compelling craftable weapons available. They had craftables that were basically made for them in Natlan and that were given for free for the login event, which I don't know if you got them. And then, you know, the 40% crit rate makes them just a lot easier to get to a functional build. And that might be the case still with Chaska releasing 5.2. We'll see what her kit looks like. She might not, you know, we'll see. And Xilonen, though, is, like, obviously relevant, but, you know, I don't think you're going to... I don't think this account is actually a case where they're going to see immediate, very significant value from Xilonen, right? So, yeah. I don't have a specific recommendation, like, but like ultimately, like you gotta figure out like what kind of characters you enjoy in the game, and once you figure out the style of characters you enjoy, that helps you like narrow down the characters you actually want to pull for. There's no strict answer of like, oh, you should pull for this character ever, because it depends on your personal preferences and depends on the state of your account. So I don't like giving a just one note answer of like pull Farina. Like, yes, Farina is definitely worth considering. Yes, Xilonen is definitely worth considering. Yes, Nubulette, Arlecchino as strong carry build around units are definitely worth considering. But do you need any of them individually? No. Will you potentially want some mix of them? Maybe. Yep. Anyways. This is an interesting account to look at. So I'm glad we got to look at it. Thank you, Len, for paying for it for boredom. This is an interesting one to look at. All right, and now I am very behind in donations. I think. Thank you for the I got like $4.99 from Tor. Oh, they sent me $4.99 as a thank you. If you get time, you can help me with Yalon. Okay, yeah. You might have if you're still watching later. Tor. I don't know how to say your username. Feel free to like give me your UID again because I'd have to go back and look for it. Anyways, let's do a randomized one. That was not a random. Well, that was a randomized one. 181. Sethos. Ooh, Sethos. A Sethos. This is the first Sethos I've looked at. I think it might be. I might be misremembering. Maybe I forgot someone else's Sethos. I'm sorry if I did. But I don't recall recently, at least, looking at a Sethos. And of course, we have to look at Farina. You have 0 energy recharge. Or sorry, you have 1 roll. My bad. This is probably not enough ER for a solo Hydro Farina, quite frankly, even with Fav. Double Hydro is probably fine, but yeah, it's not horrible or anything, but I definitely would recommend more ER than this, personally. Yeah, I know it's level 80. You can get one more extra ER roll basically by leveling that up to 90. So that is worth doing, but it's not the core problem. It's not going to fix one ER roll. Is not going to fix it, right? The only real way to fix the build immediately if you need more ER is to put an ER timepiece on. So you know, other than that, obviously, yeah, getting a goblet that has crit on it would be nice. Crazy, I know. It was a wild idea, but yeah, it's a fairly low investment Farina build. It's not dysfunctional in the right context, but if you want her to be functional in like solo Hydro context, easy thing you could do is switch to a ER timepiece. Use her in a double Fab team, and she does have burst every rotation. Fab doesn't do that much, but you know, if you're doing double Fab in a double Hydro team, yes, probably fine. As I said, double Hydro. If you are saying you are doing solo Hydro and 2 Fabs on the team is enough to burst every rotation on her, you are probably not actually getting your burst back every rotation, quite frankly. Like, you might feel like you are, but it's more just like, you might be like, not realizing that you're actually playing, because technically what you might be realizing is thinking, oh, I am getting my burst back every rotation, but you're actually doing a 30-second rotation. And like the notable thing is, like, if Farina's like the little animation of the things that dance around the edge of your screen when her burst is active, if her burst is not back after that's done, or very close to back, it doesn't have to be back, because, you know, you get some energy like when you're doing something with your other characters, but oftentimes you start a rotation with Farina. So generally speaking, the like simple rule of thumb would probably be like, is your burst back on Farina when that animation is done, right? When the fancy dances on the screen, on the edge of your screen is done, is your Farina's burst back? Like, is it showing in the right side of the screen, right? You see the symbols glow on next to the character name, right? Is that back? This is not enough energy. I've used Farina in enough teams, Solo Hydro, to know this is not enough energy. But anyways, I was saying it's never enough energy in every single context, but you also might be thinking in context like, oh, like if you're talking, oh, she gets the energy back in a rotation in a domain. Oftentimes domains contain enemies that drop a bunch of energy particles. That's one thing people don't realize, is there's different drops of energy particles for different types of enemies when they die. And then there's also different enemies that will give you energy particles by different rates when you hit them. Now, usually energy particles from hitting enemies is not super common anymore, but there still are enemies and domains that you can get meaningful energy from hitting enemies. So, like, energy needs are variable. You plan around, like, the worst case scenario for characters that really need their burst. You don't, not like the worst case scenario, I should say, but like you don't, the worst case scenario would be, you know, oh, putting Farina on healing mode or something. Like, you don't have to do that, right? You don't have to plan around that. Anyways, yes, you can use energy cards, but I don't know if you want to optimize your abyss clears around getting energy recharge cards, you know, yes, you can get away with less energy. But anyways, like, this is all coming from the fact that, like, I have played, you know, 190, 200 energy recharge on Farina in many different teams and with her solo hydro, and I oftentimes end up feeling like, oh, that was not enough energy recharge. so I know 160 is not enough. But it really just depends. Hate them and Setos. Yeah, this is funnily enough, like, compared to the previous I'll Hate Them build, like, it's like, this is not a bad I'll Hate Them, right? This is actually a pretty dang good I'll Hate Them. But it's funny seeing how many relevant stats this build has, and knowing just how different it will perform compared to the that other I'll Hate Them we saw. And it's not just because, like, oh, the signature weapon makes his crit damage really big. It's just like the overall stat balance is kind of miserable. You have like a basically perfect stat balance, but it's just interesting, right? This is not an easy build to get. This is like the free to play. Like, this is a very high investment free to play build on I'll Hate Them, and I think most players would be like, oh, it doesn't look that good. No, it's good. It has a very high relevant amount of stats. Ultimately, I'll Hate Them's teams is going to be dependent on doing more damage than just I'll Hate Them's damage, right? He does not carry a team's damage on his own. So the difference between this build and a build like with a signature weapon or whatever is actually ultimately not that significant because of that factor. The factor of other damage happening on the team that is more important. He's not a hyper carry where you spec the entire team into buffing him, right? So it doesn't really matter ultimately. It's just interesting to look at this high investment of a build and still feel that vibe of like it's okay, right? Like, no, this is actually like really good. It just feels like it's just okay because we're so used to seeing more crit ratio, like a better crit ratio in this, right? You crafted the circlet? Yeah, no, this is... Yeah. If you use the elixirs of the circlet, that's a very good circlet. Only one bad roll there is nice. So yeah. Anyways, yeah, it's very functional. Ultimately, like, if you're having problems using a Hytham, it's probably going to be the situation you're against. Like, they oftentimes do situations in Abyss where that, like, aren't very forgiving to Dendro DPSs, I would say. They're not usually that many situations that are bad. Usually you can use him, right? So ultimately, I would say it's just down to, given Abyss Cycle, how relevant Alhaitham's different things are, and where he can shine best, and then what your team looks like. Because obviously, if you're doing what is I don't know what the strongest Alhaitham team is on the top of my head, but let's say if you're doing a Alhaitham Hyper Bloom team or something, that's going to help a lot for the team just feeling pretty good consistently for damage output. But if you're doing a Alhaitham non-Hyper Bloom team, like just a pure spread team or whatever, it might be a bit worse kind of thing in more situations, because it's more reliant on his damage kind of thing. So yeah. Anyways, you're doing Farina Quick Bloom. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yep, yeah. For Farina Quick Bloom, right, when you have Farina's damage, when you have the Bloom damage going on, it'll be fine. You'll be fine, right? You don't need things like Signature Weapon or whatever, because it's just not that relevant of a team DPS increase. So yeah, this is a very good build for that. I don't think there's really anything you need to improve realistically, unless for some reason you need more ER for bursting. Or, obviously, like, getting more crit rate would be nice, but it's like the only way to do that would be a better feather or a better flower, I guess, right? So maybe it's worth it to Strongbox, I guess, if you wanted to try to get a slightly more optimal crit ratio. But it's not like that's going to crazily change your overall gameplay experience, right? So yeah. Anyway, Sethos, C2 Sethos, nice. Aqua, interesting. Wander's Troop, interesting. Not my style Sethos build, if anyone has watched any of the stuff I've done with Sethos. But C1 does give him 15% crit rate, by the way, for his charge attacks, not for his burst. The normal attack playstyle. This build has a lot of EM. He ascends with the EM, if I recall. It's obviously 2-piece EM set, and then EM timepiece ascends with EM. Interesting. I imagine he gets probably a perfectly decent amount of damage on this build. It's a little bit low in crit rate, I would say, because 65% is probably not preferable. But yeah, I don't know. It's low enough in crit rate that it would be probably worth considering a timepiece of crit rate. Duh. But I'm guessing you just don't have one. I wonder. I don't know. This is this build in the case where it's possible you could. I don't know what your other artifacts look like, right? But if you have an EM timepiece that has like some crit substats, it's possible breaking the 4-piece set bonus could be better. Like doing 2-piece could be better. It's optimized for EM because you notice it got him to 55k charge attack most quickly. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, so I don't know. This is a 4-piece build that's very on the line. Obviously, 4-piece Wander's Troop is pretty relevant. It wouldn't surprise me though if technically a 2-piece combo could be better. It's kind of all it is. So, and it's also very much possible as far as average damage, right? Remember that a lot of times people get focused on like, oh, this build gives me a bigger number. It gives me 55k charge attack damage versus 50k charge attack damage. But if you're getting 50k charge attack damage versus 55k, but with 20% more crit rate on the 50k build, the 50k charge attack damage build is better. You're seeing less of a number that appears on screen, but you're hitting crits far more consistently, so your average damage is going to be substantially higher. And that's kind of like the main thing we're thinking of here, right? Is like sacrificing some amount of stats that would reduce the big number you see, yes, but for a much higher average damage, versus forcing the 4-piece set bonus, right? This goblet, by the way, is much better than I think most people would probably expect. Like, don't undervalue these weird, goofy goblets that have heavy EM substats for the likes of characters like Sethos that can get a bunch of value from EM. So anyways, I think it's still a functional set, this build, to be clear. It's just probably a little bit inconsistent. Is all I would say. So yeah, I like it. And also, yes, definitely a good use of Aqua Simulacra. He deserves it far more than Xilonen does. Very nice. Thank you for sharing. That was a random one, right? Okay, I should do a donation one so I don't get if I wait to do too many donation ones, I'll get swamped, and I'll be stuck doing this stream for 10 years. We are not doing a 6-hour stream like last time. My intention is to normally do, like, I alternate between, like, doing the free-to-play, or not free-to-play, doing the free randomized reviews, right? Every other, and once I do at least, like, 3 hours of like alternating, then I'll finish up any donation ones that I have left. But anyways, let's do Carmen's quick. Carmen said, Xilonen, Arlecchino, please don't laugh at your sands. But when you tell me not to do something, it makes me want to. I feel like it's loading so slowly. Alright, Amaya. Where's your sands? Where's the sands? Is it that one? That's not bad. That's not bad. What about Xilonen? What do you mean laugh at it? There's nothing to laugh at on it. Like, I thought they were gonna have something like really funny, like, you know, the 100 flat attack or something. Like, that would have been great. I would have been like, but anyways, this was a 4-liner. This was, or was this? I mean, yeah, that's a heckin' timepiece. Ew, Aqua on Xilonen. Who does that? Real people put it on set. No, I mean, I don't use it on set. Those, to be clear, I use it on Seaweed. Anyway, no, very, very good Xilonen Aqua build, obviously. Obviously. So, anyways, this was a 4-line. Was it really? What? No. 1, 2, 3. How was this a 4-line? No, what happened? Did it? Is this? I'm trying to compute. Like, I know the roll values, right? If this is a 4-line timepiece, so HP rolls are 4.1%, 4.7%, 5.3, and 5.8, I think, or maybe 5.2. I don't know, close enough, right? And then crit rate is 2.7, 3.1, 3.5, and 3.9. And this looks like 2 rolls into, or no, there's 3 crit rolls. I'm stupid. No, I'm stupid. Okay, never mind. Yeah, no, okay, that was a 4-line. Yeah. Well, clearly you should have gotten Staff of Homa so that you could, because when you have Staff of Homa, the benefit of Staff of Homa is you can have HP rolls, and you can be like, but actually, it converts to attack, and it's good. No. Anyways, yeah, that's it is a relatable timepiece, I will say. I just derped, and for some reason I wasn't computing the crit properly. I don't know why. No, that makes sense. So anyways, wait, does it? No, yeah, it does. Okay, yeah. So yeah, sad rolls, but anyways, thank you, Sylveon. We'll look at your Xilonen pre-build. Nice. Yeah, very good build, anyways. Overall, it is just sad. It is like this is a build that's obviously in a situation wherein the best thing for this, like, to use the sanctifying elixirs on, if you're going to use it, would be the timepiece, because obviously you already have a really good goblet. I think it wouldn't make sense to risk for a 4-piece or risk 4 elixirs for a goblet, compared to just getting multiple timepieces. So, you know, this is obviously a extremely good build. And it's just a little bit sad that, you know, I'm guessing they wanted to get, you know, they just wanted to be done with Arlecchino by getting that one last piece. That one last really good piece. And then it was just like, it's fine. It's like for the level of the quality of all the artifacts, it's like this one it's fine. It's not like it's an unusable piece by any means, but I understand the pain. But yeah. Speaking of, by the way, if you want to see being stupid with elixirs, we can't do it now, but in 2 days when the stupid thing resets, and where's my mouse? When the stupid thing resets, I do plan to make an on-site goblet for my Arlecchino on polearms only, which probably won't pay out. It's a very high risk, high reward play because I'm insane and I'm chasing #1 spot. Like, don't do that. But anyways, look forward to that after version 5.1 releases. I'm sure that will be really fun is maybe the word to use. TF, is that cake murder? What does that mean? Anyways, Xilonen trying to make this account pull home. No, I was just joking. I guess, yeah, that's fair. I would emphasize I was joking. Don't need to pull home, especially you already have her signature. Anyways, just Xilonen or Arlecchino. Yep, very good builds. Thank you, Carmen Amia. Let's do a rando 113. Wait, was that? No, that wasn't there before. Shao, just Shao. How do you feel about my Shao video? Whoever this is. How do you feel about my Shao video? Brenny. Who's AR-50 Shao? Nice. Ooh, a Vermilion. Wow, this is a surprisingly good Vermilion Shao for AR-50, I will say. By the way, the next account fixing video is gonna be like a... It's gonna be a weird one. Here, I'll give you a preview. They've been playing for 3 years. They only just reached AR-55 like last week. And I haven't like taken an in-depth glance through it much of their account, but they had 4 5-star artifacts. So, that's gonna be an interesting account. Like they're like it's an amazing account to look at in my opinion, because they're like the epitome of like a player who just like has clearly played for a while but has very much not prioritized like farming at all, which is like, yeah, they have 100 fragiles. I probably wouldn't make a video on the account if they didn't have 100 fragiles. Like that account is obviously in a state of just a lot of farming needs to be done. So it'll be an interesting account because the goal is not going to be clear abyss in the account. The goal is going to be what is the most efficient use of resources to get these characters to be functional, because they actually have a meaningful amount of characters because they've been playing for 3 years. Like they've clearly been playing for a while and logging and like getting primo gems, but they definitely haven't been prioritizing like farming. So anyways, it's a very just on like my very initial glance there, was like, wow, this is really weird and interesting. I think it's going to be one of the better account fixing videos just because of how unique the account is. So anyways, C6 Farazon, nice. I feel like this player got very lucky. their AR-50 with C6 Farazon. Wow, nice. There's probably many a person who would like that, like to be AR-50 and had C6 Farazon. So, anyways, they just said yep in the chat. That probably helps your Shao experience a lot. If you've not experienced Shao, like, I don't know if you have Bennett built, like I don't know if you have Farina, I don't know if you have Cloud Retainer. I'm just gonna guess probably not to Farina. You probably don't have Farina Cloud Retainer, right? You might have Bennett built. You'd probably consider building your Bennett for your Shao. You don't need this much ER on your Farazon, by the way. You can definitely get away with less. I would probably, to be clear, wait, no, most of her damage comes with skill damage, I think, so it actually doesn't, no, it doesn't make sense to do an emblem build. Getting her to burst consistently is like her primary, like, important thing. Best thing you can do for Shao, though, would actually be a tenacity build. She can proc 4-piece tenacity from off-field. So, oh, you do have Farina and Benny? Nice, okay. Yeah, I mean, then you have one of Shao's strongest teams, Farina, Bennett, Farazon, Shao. There you go, blam. But yeah, do if you do 4-piece tenacity on her, crit rate circlet, you can probably still use this animal goblet. ER timepiece would just depend on what you have for ER substats. But yeah, 4-piece tenacity, just do some strong boxing and like that will be a little bit of an upgrade. Not like a crazy one, but she can keep up the buff consistently, and it's just pretty decent. So yeah, and your Shao build itself is also pretty dang good for AR-50. You've done a good job at keeping artifacts that are relevant. Like this piece is really good, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stat rolls on a Vermilion Flower. The feather is a bit relatable. The feather you'd want to probably upgrade in the future, but still has a 20% attack. Like, you've done a very good job at recognizing that, you know, other stats that aren't crit are relevant, and it has wound up with you having a pretty decent build. Yeah. So, like, also, holy crap, I didn't even notice this was an onset goblet. That's also very lucky, too. Like the road to this Shao build being actually very, very good is just, like, it probably wants... I don't know, do you need more ER with Farazan? I don't know what his ER looks like with Farazan C6. And no favs on the team. I'm not sure, but might need a little bit more ER rolls potentially. And yeah, better timepiece, better flower, and this shout build is like kind of bam, right? That's not enough. That's what I kind of figured. I don't think you need that much more ER to be clear with Farazan. I guess we can probably... What does KQM say for... KQM, shall we shall. Do ER requirements. Can you go? There we go. C6 Farazan on Fav. Again, you're gonna want a crit rate circlet, by the way, on your Farazan to trigger Fav. Like in the short term, that's actually if you're gonna do anything for your Farazan to improve Farazan with Shao, switch to a crit rate circlet for the purpose of triggering Fab consistently on her, at the very least, and then eventually like tenacity build. But wow, a home loan, yay. Yeah. So C6 Farazan with no other animo. Yeah, 130 to 140. So a little bit more than I thought, actually. But yeah. Anyways, by the way, I like the no Farazan. But anyways, yeah, depending on like since Freenet is not built right now, obviously the easy solution is now just like use Lynette or something. Lynette was a free character, right? I think she is. You get on like level 5. Do you get her like a level 5 in Abyss? She's still free, right? DPS Farazan is fun. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. DPS Farazan is fun if you want a damage maximized Farazan build, like, in favor of like giving a little bit more damage for Shao, which I think is very fun. Do a 4-piece Golden Troop build. It's probably the best thing you could do. But yeah, Fab Farina would help the Shao a bit, right? I imagine that could be a good option. But yeah. Anyways, point is, having C6 Farazan is a very big help for your Shao. That's all. I don't think the priority is actually like trying to be at better artifacts on your Shao. To be clear, like it might be worthwhile to use the elixirs or something on a better timepiece or something. I don't think it's super worth it to farm the domain or anything, but you can maybe strongbox for other things while you're farming for Farina or whatever. Yeah, farm for Farina, and while you're farming for Farina, you might get some decent Farazan pieces at the same time for DPS Farazan. And yeah, worst case scenario, without like Bennett or Farina built though, you just throw a Sucrose or a Jean in the team, and you can press skill on her and get some more energy for Shao, right? So, yep. Pretty dang good. Yes, Farazan C6 is skill damage. Which is, yes, unintuitive, but it is. I believe it specifically says in her C6 that it counts as skill damage. Faru's on. Wait, no. Sorry. No, that's why it's not obvious. It doesn't say it. But it says characters affected, increasing when the active character deals, it will apply pressurized collapse. And pressurized collapse, is her skill. Right there. Right. So that is this multiplier right there. Her burst, the only damage her burst actually does is the single instance, I think, right there. When you cast it. And then anything else is from like her C6 triggering her pressurized collapse, which is interesting. So, skill damage build is my point. Off-field golden troop build. Pretty much. Yep. Thanks for letting me look at your show. Yeah, nice. you seem to know what you're doing. You're doing things well. I wouldn't spend resin in this domain at this point. I would focus on your supports for Shao first, versus bothering trying to minorly improve, like yes, more crit rate, blah 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 blah, would be nice. So again, like using the elixirs for a timepiece could be worthwhile. Getting more ER, probably wanted, but there are solutions to that you probably have available that aren't the utmost necessity right now for this account, in my opinion. Anyways, do a donation. One Fox, sorry for making you wait 5 years. They want me to look at Yai, Klee, and Xilonen. Enka is taking a long time to load today. As the Yai is a Widzith. She has 69 crit rate. Funny number. Attack timepiece, 290 EM, and Jesus, this is, yep, this is what I'm talking about. Like, this was kind of what my AI build looks like. Where you have more EM than I do, I think. But, you know, I'm running a two-piece build with a whole bunch of EM and substats, so that's why I have leaned towards attack timepiece, especially because I've been playing EI with, like, Chevrus a lot lately. You can run her with Nahida, yeah, so, running her with Nahida obviously makes even more sense to have a bunch of EM, so, point is, this is a very good two-piece EI build. Little bit low crit rate. Obviously, you could get more value from having like refines on Widzid. That does not mean wish for Widzid. Don't wish on the weapon better for a 4-star. But yeah, so it's a little bit skewed to our crit rate to a degree that I would say it is worth considering if you have a Wanderer's Troop flower that has heavy crit rate. It could be like even if yeah losing the 26 crit damage and going to like 180 crit damage would kind of suck. But if you go to let's assume you would go to like 85 crit rate, something like let's assume the reverse of this, right? A 13 crit rate Wanderer's Troop flower that doesn't have any crit damage. You're gonna go up to like 83% crit rate, and then you would go down to like 182% crit damage, right? That would be a better balanced build that should get decently higher average damage. But of course you're going to see a little bit less big number on screen kind of thing, right? This is still a very good flower, to be clear, because, you know, no dead stats is nice. Well, the ER is pseudo dead stat. But, right, my point is, like, if you have that available, it's a consideration, right? Like sacrificing a bit of your crit damage for getting a little bit more crit rate could very much be worthwhile. And the only realistic, easy opportunity, because goblets are pain, is the flower, is my point. Right? So, anyways, good build. It's not, like, strictly necessary, because, you know, 70% crit rate is still a decent amount of crit rate. It's just my one potential suggestion. You think you have a 13 crit rate, 13 crit damage Wanderer flower? That is definitely better. Almost assuredly. Like, yeah, even if it doesn't have any EM attack percent, right? Like, the 13 crit rate, 13 crit damage flower is almost assuredly better. So yeah. Anyways. Klee and Xilonen. Let's look at Xilonen first. It's been a little while. Non-C4 Xilonen. I'll be honest, having used a non-C4 Xilonen for a long time on Poems Only, or not on Poems Only, I used for like a year. I used a non-C4 Xilonen with a very good build. Like, this is also a very good Xilonen build. Kind of similar to what I used on Weapons Only. And boy, did I not like Xilonen without C4. So, yep. If you're suffering with Xilonen, like feeling like she's not as strong as like many people make her out to be, it's probably because of C4, quite frankly, in my opinion. It does feel like it makes that much of a difference maker, which is unfortunate. The upside is that they do usually rerun this character a lot on banners, and after, you know, playing for a year, the worst case scenario is you get 2 from banner and 2 from the Star Glitter shop if you plan around it. So like she's technically got one of the easiest C4s in the game to get because of the Star Glitter shop situation. So it's not that much of an issue, but it still is, you know, annoying that she performs so differently without C4. So yeah, there's just plenty of teams that just don't quite perform the same with her at C4 or versus not C4. I will say like mono pyro teams would probably feel it the least, but still it's like I haven't tried chivalrous teams without C4 Xilonen. You know what I kind of want to do? Okay. Okay. You're not gonna see it. This just popped in my head. Like my weapons only account, I don't log into or do daily farming or anything. But it's still a free-to-play account, and like it's valuable to keep as a free-to-play account for that. And I've been considering maybe logging into it again to try to get some like actual 5-star characters to try to transition. Yes, I know like I nuked all the 5-star weapons in the account. I don't care. It's fine. But I would actually kind of like to get Chevreuse on this account, now that I think about it. So sorry for this brief distraction here. We're gonna go and do the first ever character banner, which is on weapons only. Because technically I'm not doing weapons only anymore. I am well and truly done with that. And Chevreuse would be a pretty big difference maker for this account if I actually ever wanted to play on this account as a free-to-play account. Yeah. Yeah, at least this account has weapon XP. Wham. Claim those. Anyways, this is weird. Kenitra Raiden. I don't even know. I think Kenitra's the more, like, compelling, ready-to-go one for a free-to-play account, honestly. I don't think I ever got the weapons. Did I ever get the weapons? Where's the Claymore unit? Oh my god, where's the Claymore unit? Jesus, there we go. Ah, frick. Ah, kill me. I never did the login, the whatever the web event for it. I didn't consider that. Oh well. It's fine. I have billets, don't I? Kind of. I have some. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. I don't know. Raiden, I think, is probably the smarter choice, but like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Well, like, we just want a Chevreuse copy.
No salutations needed. My exalted status shall not be disclosed as we travel among the common folk. I acknowledge that you are a person of superior ability. Henceforth, you will be my guard. Worry not. Should any danger arise, I shall dispose of it.
This was the literal first ever character wish on weapons only. Oh, that is so funny. Can I get Chevreuse though? Because that's what I actually wanted. No Chevreuse. Oh my god, that is so funny. That is so funny to me. Oh, Christ. Literal first wish is a 50-50 win. Oh god. Yeah, no, we want Chevreuse on this account. Particularly because that would let Raiden be usable. Right, so anyways, I'm going to keep this account free to play. because like having a free-to-play account available to like show things is valuable. Is there 4-star here? Hey, let's go. Frick. Yeah. Sorry, I skipped her. Sick. That was decent luck. I don't know, because it'd be funny if we got Kenichi. We're gonna do one more. Nope. Okay, that's fine. Sarah, not useful, but she's there. Sick. Yep. All right, we're good. What? What? Hello. Literal one pity. All right, that's funny. Anyways, do a weapon pull. No, I'll pass. But no. Anyways, yeah. And I know people are gonna be like, "Oh, you put this account so far behind by not having the 5-star weapons that you threw in the garbage." But like, no, this account will still be fine without all those 5-star weapons. I am completely fine with this account being in that state. So anyways, oh, we have C2 Toma. Wow. Do one more. I mean, I probably shouldn't do one more because I probably should like do. If I'm gonna wish for anything on this account, I should wish for Xilonen. As far as trying to diversify this account's options for doing things in the future for a free-to-play account. Like, if I'm gonna make this a free-to-play account, I'd like it to be like a being smart with my wishes type account. For wishing for the most relevant characters, right? Not that Kenichi is useless by any means. But. And I don't know. Now that in hindsight, if I was told that I was going to get a 1-pity 50-50 win, I would have thought more clearly about which one I chose. But Raiden is not a useless one, obviously. So, anyways, yeah. Anyways, C0 point is C0 Xiangling, with a. She's on Fab right now. She used to be on Engulfing. Like. Do we have... Oh yeah, I never farmed the catch because I was stubborn. I never farmed the catch because I was stubborn. But imagine this was a catch build, right? On Xiangling. Like, this is an extremely good Xiangling build. And she still felt not... Like, the Goblet isn't amazing, but this is an okay piece. And yeah, like it's a very good Xiangling build is my point. And yeah, anyways... Oh yeah, true. I threw away Staff of Scarlet Sand, so I couldn't do... Oh, darn it. Okay, that I guess, you know what? That is the one regret. Let's go sit down somewhere. That is the one regret, I guess, for weapons only. Is now that I have Raiden in hindsight, it would have been kind of cool to have Staff of Scarlet Sands for Hybrid Raiden on a free-to-play account. It would have been kind of cool. But, oh well. It's fine. I'm perfectly fine with still having all those weapons. It was still the best symbolic end I could have for weapons only is throwing all the weapons in the trash, because frick weapon banner. Anyways, that's funny. Did we? No, we didn't even finish looking at Klee. Yeah, so non-C4 Xiangling sucks. Anyways, Klee. 4-piece Crimson. No, wait, sorry. 2-piece. I was tricked by the red colors when I glanced at it. Yeah, this seems like a pretty decent 2-piece Klee build. Nice balanced crit ratio. Very healthy. 56 EM, 56 EM, 56 EM. I'm disappointed that you don't have 56 EM in the flower. The exact same EM rolls is really funny to me. Yeah. I don't know, it's a pretty decent build. Klee is obviously like the first 5-star that they released in the game, and she has a pyro carry, which means she can still be more than usable nowadays. At really high investment, she still has some weird potential because she has some of the weirder constellations in the game. Yeah, I don't know. She's an interesting character, ultimately, in the framework of like looking at like the history of Genshin is what I would say. But yeah. It seems like a pretty decent build. Ultimately, it's going to be pretty reliant on your supports that you have, and you probably have plenty of support options to make Klee usable. So it seems like a decent... If you want advice for improving Klee, realistically, I don't think there's that much need to improve things. Other than, you know, technically you could maybe get value from 4-piece in whatever situations. Obviously, with Farina, 4-piece MH or whatever, duh. But like, is it necessary? In my opinion, probably not. So, you know. I forgot how dramatic the freaking Fontaine music is. I'm gonna go teleport somewhere else. It's too dramatic right now. Here, let's go. I don't remember where there's a bench in. I really need to like figure out where there's good bench spots. You know what? I'm just gonna go to Xilonen. Okay. Let's do a random one. Number 114. That was random because 113 was the last random one. All right, Kanich and Toma. Let's go. You might hear Sucro's idle lines in the background because she's not sitting down, but it's fine. Kanich. Yeah, decent Kanich build. Wait, I take it back. What? I take it back. I mean, I don't know. This is an AR-55 account. This is a 40 CV HP timepiece. There is a reality where the RNG goes like it does, and that could be the best piece available. Technically. But if we see a single... Like, the account doesn't have... It's an AR-55 account. Probably doesn't have that many artifacts, right? Yeah, I saw the death percent piece on Mulan too. Again, like, this is a set bonus that can make sense to force. Now, is it level the death percent timepiece to level 20 worthwhile levels of forcing? Yeah, I mean, it does have some crit and HP percent, so it kind of. kind of. Like, the overall build is not that bad, obviously. Yeah, it's just interesting. I don't know. In the case of Kanich, this piece was not necessary to force the 4-piece, right? So that's what's weird. Is like, do you really not have an attack percent timepiece that is better? Because it wouldn't like I don't know. Actually, for the sake of like, this is linked in the description, by the way. For the sake of like trying to simulate this, what we're gonna do is we're gonna, well, you're just gonna deal with ads. Where is... There he is. Okay. We're gonna... Oh my god, really? The ads are over the freaking... What? Why? Okay. There we go. Level... 90. Yeah, okay. What? Frick you. Jesus, I love the modern state of the internet. This is why everyone uses ad block. What am I doing? We'll do Bennett. They had Emily. So we're just gonna do like the Bennett, Emily, Dia team. I think that's easy enough to assume. I will put Dia. This is not a very good Dia build for things Dia is useful for, in my opinion. I blame Mihoyo for making people. I see so many random Dias that people put the bell on. The bell just like never actually is really good on her. I blame Mihoyo for that. But anyways, it's technically not unusable, to be clear. If you have it, it will make her more tanky, technically. So fine, we'll keep it on her in this case, but it doesn't really do anything. And we'll put tenacity because that's what probably should be on her. Wait. Ooh, you don't have anyone on... No, sorry, Dia. In this case, you have Emily on Reverie, so Dia in this case should actually be on Deepwood. And then Bennett on Noblesse. And you are not on Deepwood. Alright. And then we go and configure things. I think this is an important thing to look at. That's why I'm doing this. What's their talent levels at? We'll put exactly what their talent levels are at. 8. Level 8. Level 6. Alright. And because what we're going to do here, right, is we're going to see where the breakpoint is for an attack timepiece to be better than this HP timepiece, right? That's what we're looking at. We have R2 of the craftable. Where the heck is it? There it is. Level 90, R2, and obsidian. Obsidian. We'll do an off piece there. Level 20. We do have an attack percent timepiece, or attack percent goblet. The attack percent goblet does change the relationship of what of where the breakpoint might be for attack percent versus this weird high CV HP timepiece, right? So, anyways, 7, 13.2, and 37 flat attack. Blam. 3.9, 21.8. And then goblet is 12.4, 5.4. And the circlet is 8.7 attack and 14 flat attack. I'm only entering the damage relevant stats. How much flat attack? I forgot. 14. Okay. And then we will type in the crit timepiece. 10.9, 20.2, 10.9, 20.2. Right, okay. So, and then make sure we enable that. Yeah, we'll say there's one stack of his passive. Bennett, we'll just assume a... I don't know what's on there, Bennett. Let's just pretend it's a Aquila Bennett, though. Actually, no.
Just need a moment to
Let's not do Aquila Bennett. Let's do... Wait. No, that would be a 608 base attack weapon. 760, and we'll assume crowned. I think that's about what his base attack is with a 565 base attack weapon. And for some reason, this website, unfortunately, I wish it just like equipped. Like, if I put sapwood on him, I wish it just automatically put whatever the base attack was on Bennett, but it doesn't. You have to manually put it in. So, anyways, Earthshaker. Obsidian Codex, oops, and Noblesse buff, and there we go. So, his damage, we're looking at the average damage here, to be clear. Average damage is 127,000 on his Scale Spiker Cannon. So if we switch to attack percent timepiece, obviously it's a lot higher. So the question is, like, how many crit stats can we remove from this timepiece until it reaches the 127,000 that this HP timepiece has, right? Because that's what we're trying to find. We're trying to find the breakpoint. How good of an attack percent timepiece do we need before attack percent timepiece is better? So let's just start by removing the crit damage. Alright, if we delete all the crit damage, it's still meaningfully better. So, what if we delete all the crit rate? It's slightly worse. So, technically, a 100% dead stat attack timepiece is worse than the HP timepiece. This is a lesson, and don't over prioritize substats, as main stats are valuable. Let's give one 3.9 crit rate roll. One crit rate roll. One crit rate roll. One. Yep. There you go. That's the breakpoint. Oh yeah, and give it some flat attack. Can we remove the crit rate? Give it like 80 flat attack. Yeah. With 4 flat, actually just make it all flat attack rolls. If it's all flat attack rolls, it's basically the same as a 40 CV HP timepiece. So the lesson learned is you probably have a better attack timepiece available, right? Well, let's assume it's something like that most people would say is cope, right? Like, I don't know, 5.4 crit rate, 10.9 crit damage, and it's still quite significantly better for average damage than the HP timepiece was. So, yep. You can explain it with optimal element damage goblet? Sure. So, like, if we do, so stat for stat, right? This is a, like, 30-ish CV attack percent timepiece. Or, sorry, attack percent goblet. We're leaving the attack timepiece on here. If we switch to a Dendro Damage Goblet, right, is going to go up pretty significantly. That's not surprising. Dendro Goblet is meaningfully better for him because he has so many other sources of attack. That, like, yeah, he wants some damage bonus. So that's not surprising at all. So this is a case, like he wants Dendro Damage bonus goblets enough that, like, you could probably have a pretty, like, remove the crit damage here. Wait, what are we looking at? Hitting? 132,000. You could have a pretty bad Dendro Goblet that's still better. Oh, okay, I didn't expect that much. Interesting. Wow, even a 0 good stat Dendro Goblet is better. Really? Interesting. I didn't expect to that extent, to be honest. And to be clear, the relationship of that, I guess, with, I don't know, with an attack percent weapon, Bennett buff going, Pyro Resonance. No, it kind of does make sense. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, so, like, he really wants a Dendro Goblet. That's what we learned there. Because let's compare to, like, a 40 CV attack goblet, though. Like, what is a 40 CV attack goblet? A 40 CV attack goblet is 135,000. Or 136,000 about. And a 0 good stat Dendro Goblet is still more. Well, yes, if the Sands is not attack percent, then yes, but we're not going to do that, because don't use HP Sands. That's what we basically learned. We learned don't use HP Sands. Because even a 40 CV HP Sands is not better than, like, a really bad attack percent Sands. So, yeah, main stats are more important than substats. That's it. I didn't actually expect Dendro Goblet to be that much better than attack percent Goblet, but it does make sense, I guess. With how much attack stuff is going on, attack buffs are going on with this team and an attack percent weapon. With his scaling and whatnot. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, he really just wants a damage bonus. Some sources of damage bonus. So, yep. I think that was a worthwhile spending of time. Interesting. Thank you, Shark, for providing a lesson to us. Switch your timepiece. That's what we can say. Yes, the website is in the description. So, anyways. Toma as well. Sure. Oh, not C6 Toma, unfortunate. Not that it's like... C6 Toma is not that significant. Don't risk your pity for C6 Toma, please. Just a little bit sad, that's all. Yep, decent Toma build for a 2-piece. Obviously, it's well, here. So I think the one mistake you might be making is, like, you put Catane on him. The reason people recommend Catane on him is for Burgeon builds. If you're not doing a Burgeon team with Kinich, then, like, Toma doesn't need Catane. His ER needs are probably meaningfully higher than this, by the way, in most teams. It's probably his most annoying aspect. What exactly they look like, I don't remember. Go check his ER needs on KQM or something. But yeah, 2-piece ER, 2-piece Tenacity is perfectly fine for, like, a shielding burst consistently build. Usually Catane, that was not relevant unless you're doing a Burgeon build. And you can do a Burgeon build, but then, of course, you want more EM on Toma for triggering Burgeons if you're doing something like, you know, Kinich, Farina, Toma, right? But yeah, usually Fab is, yeah, what I go with. Fab and then a bunch of HP. So, you know, I use, on Polearms only, I use a, like, HP, Noblesse build on the Fab build for him. With about, like, 200-ish. I think he has, like, 190 now. And he's good. Like, he shields a bunch, but it's not a Burgeon focused build, right? So it's choose one, not usually both. You can do goofy hybrid things if you want to have, like, not have to change your build around, but it's going to be very hard to reach that point and not recommended. Oh yeah, the attack circlet does, like, literally nothing for him. Yep, I didn't notice that. I don't know. This is a I don't know what their approach was other than just, like, forcing the set bonus maybe with their available artifacts. It could potentially be worthwhile to do that, but need more ER. I'd say either pick shielding build or pick EM build, right? If you want to do DPS Toma, you can do DPS Toma, but it's not like it's going to be good. His scalings are not worthwhile to actually spec into. It's just something you could do for fun, not because it's going to be good. So yeah, Yeah, I think that's all there is to say about him. What was the other ones? We'll look quickly. Farina, Emily, Milani. Alright. Let me guess. ER. No. Wow. Not ER. Crazy. Healing bonus circlet. I mean, look. It's not... I've done it. I've done it. Yeah, I mean, switch to a crit circlet, and like, it is a good Farina build. I don't know why you're doing healing bonus circlet, but you know, also level 6 talent's a little bit sad too. But it's level 70, it's fine, in progress. Rare Healer Farina indeed. Healer Farina is interesting. I did like actually using Healer Farina with Mualani, I will say, which might be what they were doing. I do think you need more, annoyingly. I think if you're doing full healer mode Farina, you need more ER than this. Which is... So, anyways. What website am I using? Gee, I wonder. So, yeah, it's enka.network. Anyways, yep. Nice Mualani. Other than the timepiece. We already had that lesson. Probably want an HP timepiece. Or EM, actually, sorry. In this case... Yeah, I don't know, HP or EM. Either or. Just not defense. Is all. At least there's an HP substat. That's something. And some flat HP. It's technically there. It has some HP. And Emily. Halberd. What does that do? Oops, I just clicked into the game by accident. Let's go to Amber again. Halberd. Normal attacks deal. Oh. Wow. Yep, that weapon exists. I would suggest probably... So, one of Emily's big problems, in my opinion, is her lack of compelling, accessible options. I think if... So, there's a couple options. One of them, as far as a free-to-play option, is technically Catane. I don't think it's a very good option. But like you have an option of speccing Emily into a more burst damage focused route, right? With weapons like Skyward Spine, the Catch. I tested a Catch build. You can go watch my video where I tested an emblem build on the Catch on Emily, and it's actually pretty decent. And like I think there's significant upside, especially in like AoE situations, to doing a build on Emily that is more burst focused. But it depends on the team exactly. Like it's more valuable to do in teams that are flexible to allow Emily to burst every 13.5 seconds, like weird fast rotation teams, right? Or short rotation teams. And Catane can do kind of a similar thing as a craftable weapon. It does, you know, increase her skill damage, but it's not much. It's not much. But it also reduces her energy. The EM doesn't really do anything though. It's not a very good weapon option for her, quite frankly. But it's there. Skyward Spine can be the same vein though. It, you know, high base attack if you have it, right, random from standard banner or something. Give some crit. Give some ER. Have high base attack, right? I'm guessing they don't have that though. They probably would have used that. If you have Missive Wind Spear available, probably use that realistically. On Emily. But they might not have been playing during that banner. Wave Breakers is maybe another potential one because attack percent substat, but it's weird. It's not useless though. And it's a weapon banner weapon, so you probably don't have it. And then from there, what do we have? This is another weapon banner weapon. Like, I kind of hate it, but it might be like Blackcliff Pole, Royal Spear. Also Fab. Fab, by the way, is another option. I forgot to mention Fab. Fab is another option in the same vein as the Catch, wherein the value is like a more burst focused build. And the fact that it gives energy to the team, it is definitely a compelling option if you have it available. Other than that, though, it's just the like generic weapons, and like unironically, I might make a video eventually about the royal weapons. I think, not refine. Don't refine them, please. Don't refine them. Although actually, I don't know. 5 stacks of 16% crit rate, right? It's like the interesting conceptualization of the royal weapons is how they could make very low investment builds more compelling. And the reason being, like, think about it, right? If yes, you lose the crit stacks when they hit, that's bad. When you have a build that has 50% crit rate at a baseline, that's bad. That means just the passive doesn't do anything a lot of the time. But think about a low investment build that doesn't have a bunch of crit rate, right? And the fact that this, right? Think about if I use this weapon on. Remember, if you watched my video where I did a no crit Arlecchino build, right? And I used Missive Wind Spear, right? On no crit Arlecchino. Royal Spear, particularly at R5, I think, would have been a significant DPS upgrade in that context, right? Of that extreme, testing that extreme of building no crit stats on a character, right? This weapon, like, improving, like, making it so that she occasionally did crit with fairly consistent, like, not consistent, like at R1 especially, but semi-consistently, would give additional value to the other stats that the build has, right? Compared to the value that Missive Windspear did, which is just like some more attack percent in EM, right? Like that would be interesting to test. I kind of actually wish I should. That makes me think I shouldn't have thrown away those artifacts. Are there royal weapons in the shop right now? Because honestly, I think I might just buy one before I accidentally like use all my. They are, interesting. I don't know what one to pick though. Probably Royal Spear, because yeah, probably I think Arlecchino is the best one that would do at demonstrating that concept. So not on this account, but on my main account, I think I'm just gonna commit to it. I think I'm gonna buy one of the royal weapons, not all of them. I'm tempted to get R5 on it, honestly. And test that concept of a really low investment build that can actually get advantage of it, because it does have the ability to make you crit more often. So in that line of thinking, right? As far as Emily weapons go, it has high base attack, its attack percent, it's available to free-to-play players as long as you save your Star Glitter, and you know, it has a passive that will make you crit slightly more often. That's the fundamental way to think about it, right? Now, is that better than doing Blacklift? I think it depends. I don't think Blacklift is a very good stat stick weapon. It has lower base attack. It has... I don't know, right? Wait, does this need to be on field to trigger? That I don't know. Oh, I actually don't know. But Blacklift's like... Blacklift weapons are really underwhelming. They're so underwhelming. Like this looks much better than it is.
I haven't been out in a while.
The Royal Series can trigger our field? Okay, good. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm actually not confident. Like it depends on the build investment level. I think with a build like this one, or not with, I think with an Emily build like this one, the Royal weapon might be better than Blacklift. Probably it's on the line though with a build like this. But I think the royal weapons are most relevant at the lowest investment level. But like Blacklift is not going to do the meaning thing. The notable thing with Blacklift, right, is on Emily. It's basically just the base attack and then the crit damage it's giving you. and the value of crit damage is tied to your crit rate. Emily's a crit damage ascending character, so like it's not really, I don't know. Like I don't know if Black Loop would actually meaningfully improve this build. Actually, I guess more damage calculator explorations. Here, let's switch to Emily. We'll just do, no, we're not gonna do Bennett. We'll just do like whatever. I'll throw in Bennett here, but I'm not gonna put him on Bennett buff. We'll just have Pyro Resonance going. It's like a level 9 skill. I'm gonna put Burst up too. And alright. So first we'll check with Blacklift, because obviously Blacklift is better than Halberd. And Ascension 4.
What was that?
No, we're not going to assume Blacklift holds up because it's bad passive. Was this a Reverie build? Yeah, this is a Reverie build. Okay. So what was that? Oh, we need someone on Deepwood on the team if we are going to do Reverie. Is this Attack Circlet or Dendro Goblet? Dendro Goblet. Nice. Did I say Circlet? I'm going to say Goblet. Alright. And we'll assume Dia uses Deepwood. Alright. Oh, but by the way, I forgot with the Kini. Just forgot to set the level of the enemy properly. So, but I don't know. That just changes the relative, like the number you saw. It didn't change the relative evaluation of what we were doing before. But it does change what you would actually see in game for what this damage calculator is doing. Because enemies have their own defense that is dependent on their level, right? Unfinished Reverie, we'll say 5 stacks. Okay. There we go. And what do we got? We got 10.1, 12.4, 18 flat attack. Actually, I'm not going to bother with the flat attack. It just doesn't matter. 7.8, 9.3. Wait, yeah, 7.8, 9.3. And 7.4 and 6. Okay, that matters a little bit more. 7.4, 64. Was that crit rate or was that crit damage? Well, of course it's crit rate. You can't have 7.4 crit damage. 7.4 and 63. Wait, 64. Dendro Goblet is 7% crit damage and 47 flat attack. And Circlet was, that's a very good Circlet. 51 flat attack. Well, yeah, this flat attack does more work than you might expect. 27.2, 51. Alright. So, we are level 2. So, level 2 skill. You can see on a crit is hitting 13,000 on a crit and 7,200 average. The problem we're going to see here is like this damage calculator cannot properly account for like comparing averages is what I want to emphasize here. So we're actually because factoring like how the royal weapons crit rate affects averages is weird. And this damage calculator is not going to do that. I know that. So keep that in mind. We're actually comparing the crit. The reason we're comparing the crit, and we're gonna approximate a conclusion from this. Yeah, obviously that's gonna be much lower with much less crit damage, right? Also, I forgot to. That's why that's so low. There we go. Whoops. I had attack percent main stat selected. My bad. There we go. Now this is correct. So we're gonna try to like approximate this by looking at the crit and the average together. Because we're gonna have to like manually configure the passive proccing on whatever. But let's see how close it is at a baseline without any factoring the passive of the royal weapon, right? So for starting comparison is Blackcliff 10,900 on a crit, 8,200 average. We can't do a proper comparison, but we can get an estimation, which is kind of all that's important. Where is it? There it is. So level 90. Well, I mean, this is why Blackcliff weapons are bad. Did anyone notice? Royal Spear, 10,600, 8,300 average. Without the passive enabled. Blackcliff, 10,900, 8,200 average.
I just need a moment to quickly take down.
Royal's better without the passive being factored in. And as soon as you factor in the passive, because it will give you some additional crit rate, it starts to be meaningfully better. Right? And like you don't assume that you have 5 stacks all the time, obviously. But what it does, what the royal weapons passives do is it mitigates RNG, right? So there you go. There's another interesting lesson. There's this build Royal Spear is better than freaking Blackcliff. Like, I don't know. I think that's interesting. So unironically, I don't know. Doesn't okay. I'm gonna add that to my list of videos to make. Royal Spear. The weapons, royal weapons videos. I'm gonna make a royal weapon video, and I think I'm gonna use Emily Arlecchino as the example, of trying to show like how royal weapons can be useful, and I think especially in context like this kind of build that has a slightly like it's a pretty low amount of crit rate, right? Where you're gonna not see crits fairly often, right? 38% chance not to crit is pretty high. So having this passive that makes you crit more often is relevant, and even not factoring the passive, it's basically the same as Blackcliff. Like, I didn't actually expect. I thought it was going to be worse at a baseline, but I guess that just goes to show how relevant attack percent is when you don't have Bennett buff actively buffing your attack to the moon. So yeah, I don't know. Point is, I guess I'm making a video on the royal weapons soon, probably with Emily and Arlecchino, using Royal Spear as an example. So it'll probably be something like how bad are they really? And the answer is they're actually not that bad.
I just need a moment to quickly take down some notes.
They might. I don't know. I feel like most guide creators underestimate the relevance of trying to recommend something like these weapons to people in context where they can do something, because of how many players in this game could get meaningful value from a lower investment build. Because I think the lower investment you go, the more relevant these weapons are, right? It's weird. It's weird. How much star glitter do you need for R5? In like 120? I have enough. I could get R5 of it. Wait, no, do they limit you? Alright, sorry, this is a little bit distracted, but I think oops. Is a little bit distracted from what unit reviews, I know. You can only buy 3. Okay, that's fine. I might buy 3 then. I don't know. I think this account was a very interesting lesson. I think in the relevance of different stats, both like not prioritizing the wrong main stats, just cause like, oh CV, oh my god, oh that crit, right? Like literally 1 crit roll on an attack percent timepiece is equivalent. Yeah, the royal weapon there. I don't know. I think that was very interesting. So sorry for like spending so long on that, but I think that was very interesting. Thank you, Shark, for I'm not like confidently saying buy Royal Spear right now for your Emily. But it would be an improvement for their Emily, significantly over Halberd, that's for sure. Actually, I guess, you know, to show how much, I think it's safe to assume 1 stack. 10,600, 8,800. Where is Halberd? Halberd. God, Halberd's a bad weapon. Yeah, yeah. It's over 10%. It's a 10% improvement just from like Star Glitter they could use. Right, if they have 24 Star Glitter, buy the Royal Spear for your Emily. It would be an improvement. Yep. Unironically, not a bad option in their case. So, anyways. How long have I been? I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. Okay, how many donations do I have? Oh, Timothy Gilson, $5 for the obligatory giving me a virgin propaganda. I have 1, 2, 3, like 4, 5 donation things, and one of them was Piotr. Okay, I will do, I think at this point, we're gonna do at least 5 more random ones, hopefully not getting as distracted as we did with this one. And then I will switch over to finishing my non-donation reviews. I do apologize for getting a little distracted from not unit reviewing, but I think like finding these cases of these lessons that we can learn and the relevance of doing different things that most people conceptualize is like not realize, like either not realizing that like doing the wrong main side is bad, or because they over prioritize the crit substats, or weird things like the lesson with Royal Spear are valuable. That I think it was worthwhile to spend that time. Anyways, we'll do at least 5 more of these. All 6 of them. Xilonen, Raiden is used in a lot of teams that have enjoyed Chev C3, Sara C2, and Xilonen. Okay. So like a, I see what they're saying. They're saying they play a Raiden, Chevrus, Sara team. Sara pre C6 is not very good, FYI, but you know, if you like using it because you need Bennett elsewhere, I guess it's not dysfunctional, but the team DPS will go up meaningfully if you did like Raiden, Chevrus, Xiangling, Fischl versus Raiden, Chevrus, pre C6 Sara, Xiangling. At C6, it's a decent option like for an alternative instead of using Bennett in a Raiden Chevrus team. For an ER is fixed with Raiden or C1 Fab. We'll never go for C1 Tau. I like the challenge. Can't get an attack sans for Navia. I mean, hey, at least the elixirs exist now. That's a case where like that's elixir. If you're just missing that one artifact, right? And there you go. So oola. Well, you know, I know this looks really nice, but end user license agreement does not do damage without her burst. EST, if I end up getting to your account, because it gets randomly selected, this is a random selection process, you can just check the VOD. And the benefit of YouTube is you can just come back to the same URL later. But yeah, it's a very good amount of crit. Like this, I don't know. Eula is one of those characters, like, if you just play her because you like seeing a big number on occasion, it's kind of fine. And yeah, I guess Raiden can help, kind of. Normally, it's fine. So, anyways, point is, I can see why they run 110 ER. It's fine. Yeah, like with double Hydro with Yelan, yes, but man, I really hate limiting. They said they have C1 Fab Yelan, right? So like, C1 Fab Yelan running 130 ER in Farina is probably mostly fine-ish. But like, I hate the idea of limiting Farina to only being used with like specific other Hydra units. Like it, ugh. So, anyways, yeah, you might be fine in that specific context, but like, Farina's like one of the most versatile characters in the game, and you just like by having this kind of build on her, you kind of annihilate most of her teams. That's what makes me sad about it, right? Because it's the literal opposite of what I find fun about this character, is how much she enables many different teams to be very good. No, I don't hate double hydro teams with her or anything. That's just, yeah. So, anyways, yeah, here's your... No, EST, I was not saying I was going to review your account. You're going to have to win the RNG roll like everyone. Sorry. So, you know, my point was... You can check back in the VOD later. My point was not undoing yours. I do it by RNG because it's the most fair way to do it. So, and I don't want my chat filled with people spamming their UIDs. So, anyways. You have the option of switching to an ER timepiece, so it's fine. I'm just yapping that, like, I don't like limiting Furina's team versatility, so it's easier to just say, I have the ability to get more ER on Furina if I need it. Like, that's all you really need to say. You don't need to be like, I limit my Furina by only using her with Xilonen. Like, that just makes me sad. Whereas if you just say, yeah, I have the ability to put more ER on Furina if I need, I'm just like, yeah, cool. Yeah, nice Furina build. right. In this case, like, you can just switch to Fav. It's fine. Blam. Fixed. for solo hydro, right? And yeah, anyways. So being in a circumstance of being able to switch your weapon or switch your timepiece, to be able to do solo hydro Furina is kind of, in my opinion, the ideal circumstance to be in for Furina, because there is never a perfect build for her in a universal context. So yeah, that's kind of it. Well, okay, correction. Technically, the perfect build from Furina is Fav, C6, 0 artifacts. It's universal. You never have to change the build. If people think I'm joking, you haven't seen Furina C6 with Fav and no artifacts. Anyways, I was so happy that that one person, there was one person that, like, in my Discord a few months ago had C6 Furina, and they were willing to deal with me asking for, like, footage of them testing Furina C6 on Fab without any artifacts. And they pretty clearly showed to me what I was correct in my theory, that a 0 artifact Fab Furina build at C6 does everything you could possibly want. Which is more saying just C6 Furina is stupid, but also is showing how good Fav is on her, and the fact that she ascends with crit rate, and she can, like, always trigger Fav at R5, and, like, yeah, anyways. I'm getting distracted, and this is bad. I need to end this stream not in 4 hours. Nice Crimson Hu Tao with a relatable amount of crit rate. I can see, yeah, yeah, with this kind of circlet, though. like the notable thing here is, like, a crit rate circlet doesn't improve this build much, right? A crit rate circlet just takes her, also 300 EM, exactly as satisfying. But a crit rate circlet just takes her to, what, it would be like 14% more crit rate. Like, it's better. It's way more consistent. But losing 60% crit damage is not good. So, like, if there was a crit rate circlet that had 35 crit damage, right, the equivalent version of this circlet, but a crit rate circlet, the crit rate circlet is probably better, right, for average damage. But that's not a given. It is definitely not a given to have an equivalent crit rate circlet with an equivalent amount of crit damage rolls. I have, like, 2 circlets with that amount of crit damage rolls on my account, my main account, period. So, like, not a given. Anyways, point being, this could make sense. This could be the best build they have available for the Hu Tao. Just a little bit inconsistent is all it ultimately is. There's not any, like, easy solution, so I'm not going to be like, oh, more crit rate, right? That's my point. Yep, nice Hu Tao. She definitely gets some big vapes, I imagine. What's HOD with Fab working with? What are you what are you asking about for Hu Tao? Like, Heart of Death? Or someone talking about some of the characters in chat? Anyways. This This is a very engulfing Raiden amount of crit rate. Well, that goblet. Yep. I mean, she's inconsistent,
I haven't been out in a while.
but she'll get some decent damage. Man, the amount of people that pull engulfing for Raiden is just like... But why? Would you like your Raiden to be even more annoying to build? That's like my vibe for engulfing Raiden, personally. Anyways, I don't know, same situation. There's not like an easy way to improve things other than LOL, put more crit rate in your like attack percent timepiece, I guess. But that's certainly easier said than done.
Just need a moment to quickly
Again, it's there's not an easy solution. It's not a situation of, again, switch to crit rate circlet because they're already on a crit rate circlet. So, and Raiden is a character that, you know, you can kind of deal with the RNG on her a little bit. To be clear, her non-initial burst hit does contribute a meaningful amount of her damage output. I think people forget that too often. Like, it is much better to have a semi-consistent amount of crit rate on her, but it's still fine if you're willing to RNG your life away. Wow. Rare Navia with a lot of crit rate. Navia is a character that's hard to get a lot of crit rate on.
Can I go take a look?
How do you... Wow. Oh my god, that's where it is. Jesus. Alright then. Yeah. What the frick, this goblet? Like, actually, what the frick? It also has 2 high attack percent rolls. And a 33 crit damage circlet. And what the actual frick? This Navia build. What the... Jesus Christ. Yep. The ER check, because bursting is kind of important on her. But I really like that you're doing, it depends on the teammate. Obviously, you can get away with relatively low ER on Navia, it just depends. Slight differences like the Fabs in the team and what Geo team you're using can obviously meaningfully change her ER needs. Oh yeah, wait, 2-piece Wanderers. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, wait, I thought it was just like 2-piece attack. I didn't, my brain didn't brain. To be clear, with how good these pieces are, I can get it. I can get why you chose to use 2-piece Wanderers and just do 2-piece no-piece functionally. That's functionally what this is. Although, okay, technically, like 122 EM with a Crystallize from Navia is probably going to be somewhere around like 3,000 HP of shielding with a level 90 Navia, I think. I might be a little bit off on that, but I think it'd be like 2,000 to 3,000 HP of shielding. So, you know, technically, the EM doesn't do nothing, is my point. It makes her more tanky, okay? So, anyways, I like that you're doing 2-piece, and that you probably understand that you don't need to farm the 4-piece set because your 2-piece combo, even if it's 2-piece no-piece, it's still good enough, right? That's the interesting thing here. Is Nahida. Yup. Is a very good Nahida sack frags build. Yup. Yeah, very good Nahida. That's all there is to it. The circlet is ridiculous. Timepiece is also very good. Yeah, this is just a really good Nahida build. Yep. Getting this much EM, obviously the book helps, but yeah, getting this much EM with a Dendro Goblet build is not simple. So, yeah. Very nice. Very nice. I think you know what you're doing, to say the least. So, let's do another. That was way too long on that one. My bad. 234, Shao, Arlecchino, and Navia. Let's see. Why is it taking so long to load? Alright, Shao, Homa, fairness. You know, an interesting thing of like a Homa build on Shao is like, I'm pretty sure if you're playing Homa Shao with Bennett, MH is better than Vermilion. I'm sorry. I am sorry. To be clear though, this Vermilion build is extremely good. This is an extremely good Vermilion build. So I don't think it's worth bothering changing. I do think it is worth pointing out that when you have Homa for Shao and you're using Bennett with him, I do think MH is better. So yeah. Vermilion tends to edge out a Vermilion Jade Spear build. I do believe it tends to be better as far as like total damage output in the context of not using Bennett. So like if you're doing Farina, Cloud Retainer, Farazan C6 or something, a Vermilion Jade Spear build can be meaningfully better then. But it's kind of interesting how he's right on the line. But especially when you have a big crit damage weapon like Homa. Being able to get inflated crit damage stats with 4-piece MH is pretty significant for him when he already gets a bunch of attack from Bennett. Yep, with Sean Yoon, MH pulls ahead regardless. Oh, does it? Okay, yeah, I haven't looked in a while. That's sad. But anyways, it's fine because this is the more universal build technically, and it's obviously still very good. It doesn't matter. We're really like splitting hairs here. I just think it's funny. It's just funny to look at like how much resin was put into this, and to go, there's something better. But anyway, it's very good. It's very good. I like it. Anyways, I respect the Shao dedication. I just don't want... The circlet is a bit bad. I just don't want to farm more. No, the circlet is not bad at all. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 relevant lines. There is no reality where 6 relevant stat lines is a bad circlet. Don't get too focused on crit. This is an extremely good circlet. Nah. Sorry, you're just wrong. No offense. This is an extremely good circlet. It's like 2 months of farming. Yeah, yeah, that seems accurate. 2 months is like 10,000 resin, to be clear, if it's 2 months straight. So yeah, I believe it. Anyways, very nice build. Let me be delusional? No, you're not allowed. You must accept that your build is good. Okay, that's funny. Seeing the Jade Spear and Zhongli immediately after. That wasn't even what we needed to look at, but I'm glad I did. Oh gosh. What, is this like a hybrid Zhongli? Yeah, I like it. Nice. Yeah, hybridy Zhongli. Anyways, you have 4. Wait, you have 4 Jade Wing Spears. And you where are they all? I want to see them all. Oh, I like it. To be clear, I am in that club as well. I have gotten a ton of Jade Spears for some reason. Nice. I like it. Perfect. Anyways, hey Eula. This is like, yeah, a little bit better balanced Eula build, I think, than the previous one. I know it's like less crit rate than the previous build, but having more ER can be a meaningful difference maker to her. So, anyways, what are we supposed to look at? Arlecchino Navia. This build is probably better with a crit rate circlet. This one you can be a delusional or not you are not delusional if you think this circlet is not very good. This is definitely not a very good circlet. Oh yeah, oh god, get it on my site. That's why they wanted us to see it. But you know what? The thing is, when you have this good of a goblet, it doesn't really matter when you got a cope circlet. Because like this could be a 30 CV goblet and, you know, a 13 crit rate circlet, and, you know, it's the same build, right? If we just remove the crit rate from here, add it onto the circlet, and make the circlet really good, but the goblet becomes a lot worse, it's the same dang build. And therefore, like that, my point with this is, like, the overall stat balance is what matters, not an individual artifact being cracked. But yeah, get it on my site, please. But also, you probably are better served by using a crit rate circlet. I'm not kidding. I think a crit rate... I'm not going to go into the damage calculator, but you know, you can check yourself to verify if I'm correct on this intuition. But I think a crit rate circlet with like 2 crit damage rolls, or like a crit damage roll and some attack percent rolls, or whatever other relevant stats, like EM could be relevant too if you're doing Vape Arlecchino, obviously, would probably end up being better for average damage output than this crit damage circlet, I'm guessing. So, anyways, you know. I mean, to be Panda, to be clear, a lot of times, I think, in case anyone's not aware, I'm not saying a lot of these things. I'm not saying just for the necessarily the account owner, but also because they're examples of like for other people watching these videos, so they can like realize, oh wait, I might have a better option available for me. So, anyways, yeah. But yeah, and plus if you get a crit rate circlet that's really good, you can no longer can I go on the logic of just saying, you know, your goblet actually isn't that good because of the circlet being bad. Like when your circlet's really good and all of your other artifacts are really good and your goblet's ridiculous, then it's just a ridiculous goblet. But wow, look at that ER. I want, give, please. This is my dream hybrid Raiden circlet right here. I'm not kidding. I actually want it. Give it, please. Yeah, anyways, sorry, not my dream hybrid. My dream hybrid Raiden circlet is like this, but
I just need a moment
40 EM instead of 33 EM. That's nitpicking, I know. But attack percent instead of flat attack. But it's close. Give it. It's yours? No, it's mine now. I'll trade you. Alright, how about, here you go. Panda, hopefully you haven't seen this. I'll trade you, and this is obviously a hypothetical, we can't actually trade. I'll trade you a hydro goblet, a certain hydro goblet that I have on my main account in exchange for that circlet. Or sorry, not my main account, my polearm account. Would you take this trade, Panda? I will show you the goblet after you say yes or no. Would you take this trade? I get this circlet, and you get my goblet. It's a good goblet. How good? Thank you for the donation, Marcelius. They're not skipping the line. Technically, they're waiting till the end. They're just guaranteeing they're getting a review. No, don't chat. You're being bad. You're not supposed to influence them. Would you take the deal? Anyways, yeah, well, I don't know why I was looking at Xilonen, but I was. Anyways, nice Navia, I think. Oh, who actually ER. What, can you... Bruh. Panda said no? Wow. I want everyone to acknowledge. And they even said that Xilonen... Panda just said that Xilonen was the main Hydro character that they use. And Panda just said no to this Hydro Goblet. You could have had a third 50 crit value piece, Panda, if you accepted my trade. Tisk tisk. If only there was trading. Unironically, I would. That's just more crit damage? I mean, yeah, but think about your Xilonen with that amount of crit damage. You'd have 270. Wee, and an extra HP roll. You'd go over 30k HP probably. That'd be so satisfying. Like, anyways. Yeah, you can use a crit rate circlet on your Xilonen. But also, you're getting like half of your ER from that piece, so... Yeah, anyways. Yeah, nice Navia other than ER check, but also, can you go away? Like, how... for clarification, I don't think you have. I think you just somehow got obscenely lucky. Like, I want to emphasize how unnecessary it is to care about 50 CV versus just caring about overall stat value. You will get many artifacts that are probably better than a 50 crit value artifact before you get a 50 crit value artifact. It's too unlikely. It's not a thing you should focus on. I've seen a weirdly high amount of people that are just like, I really want a 50 CV artifact. It's why I'm still farming. Like, no, don't. Like an artifact that is a 4-line, that is 40 CV, and has 2 high rolls into attack versus a 50 crit value, is basically the same artifact, right? Like a 50 CV that doesn't have any attack percent. In fact, the attack percent 40 CV one might be better. I don't feel like we could go into the damage calculator to show this, but I don't feel like it's necessary. Point is, getting a 50 CV at all though is absurdly unlikely. Like, well, okay, the elixirs probably changed the formula of this a little bit, but the analysis that I saw was I saw an analysis written up that was like an 8-page breakdown, statistical analysis that estimated that for the average player, it would take 8 years of playing Genshin and farming pretty regularly. 8 years to get a 50 CV. Panda has 2 on the same account. What? Anyways, yeah, screw you. So, anyway, the number 3. Gosh, I've been going way too slowly through these. But it's fine. See, that's why you come to my streams, is because I spend this extra time. Shenhe, Furina, I like have ER in my character for the ult in every rotation. See, that's what you need to put in the additional notes to get me to not yap about Furina ER. Just say you have ER. You have ER available if you need it. Don't say things like, I use Xilonen. That just makes me sad. Anyway, whatever. No, you don't. That's... Again, like, I think this is a circumstance of... I think this is a circumstance of people thinking they do, but in fact they're just actually playing really poorly. like congrats, you're doing a 40-second rotation. Yes, technically if you're doing a 30-second, 40-second, whatever, if you're doing very unoptimal rotations, not lining up with like the cooldowns of your characters properly, you have enough ER. But anyways, yeah, Furina's fine. Fav 190 ER Furina build is fine. So they might have been referring to Furina. But they did say ER my character for the ults in every rotation. No, you actually don't. But anyways, the awkward thing is like this build isn't even... putting an ER timepiece doesn't even really fix this build, I don't think. But it depends on what team you're using with Shenhe, to be clear. I think with Ayaka, like I'm assuming that's probably what they're doing. Also, exactly 1,000 achievements. You are not allowed to get another achievement ever. Good luck. I think Shenhe's ER needs are something around 180, so an ER timepiece in the context with Ayaka, I think is fine. So yeah. Anyways, point is, it's a very good Shenhe build with a heckin' lot of attack. That's for dang sure. But you have so much attack substats. You have a timepiece worth of attack substats in your Flower and Feather, right? Like all the more reason to do an attack or an ER timepiece and then have attack substats in your ER timepiece, right? But I believe KQM Shenhe. Let's check the Ayaka Shenhe team from KQM's guide. Gosh, this website is so much slower with ads. Yeah, it's like 175, and then like I prefer having her configured for like 180 plus personally. So, yeah. And like technically you can do triple cryo, but like even in KQM's most optimistic scenario, you don't have enough ER. You have barely enough ER. So if you're doing triple cryo, I guess, maybe you're fine technically, maybe kind of. But go away. This is the actual target for Shenhe teams, essentially, right? So, in the realistic scenario, and if you like using Shenhe in more like different scenarios, you know, you maybe even want to aim for higher. So, anyways, like you're not sacrificing. The point is, you're not like sacrificing that much of an attack buff, right? by losing the attack percent here. It's not like, oh my god, Shenhe is now dysfunctional because she has 300 less attack. Oh no. Like, no, you're still buffing a lot. You still have her signature weapon. Like, just use an ER timepiece. I don't know. Anyways, sorry. I feel like they put this line in here to get me not to whine about ER, but instead they just made me focus on ER. Like, this is not enough ER for normal Shenhe context. Anyway, if they had C1, I would excuse it, because I'd be like, okay, even though the cooldowns don't technically line up, you know, C1 could technically make it fine, because, you know, you could just slightly extend your rotations, and then the extra energy from C1 could technically make it fine. But, anyways, it's still not optimal, but fine. Anyways, whatever. Oh yeah, crown normal attacks. Honestly, kind of nice. If Shenhe ever freaking reruns, I do plan on making some fun Shenhe videos with DPSing Shenhe. I think they will be actually pretty compelling. I think she's she has interesting potential. At least a higher investment, which, you know, yeah, is a problem. But I plan on doing things with her if she ever actually reruns. I cannot, like, how rerun your characters. There was a leak yesterday, by the way, I think, that, like, in 5.2, Venti, Albedo, and Klee might be rerunning. Which, why? Like not in Chronicle Banner, supposedly. What? Like, what? Huh? Anyways, thank you. Yeah, your Freena build's very good. Don't think there's much to improve there. You have the Hydro Goblet makes sense, obviously, because they have C2. So, yep. Yeah, very healthy Freena build. Shenhe, I don't believe you with the ER. I'm sorry. Unless you're doing triple cryo. Number 1. At random to number 1. Alright, this is number 4 of 5, I think. Well, okay, you know, no, we'll do 3 more, because I feel like I've yapped too much. So this is number 3. Wonder if the number 1 person is still here. Night Dwarf. What are we looking at? Wander, Navi, can you do that? Wander. You don't have Faraz on display. Your Wanderer build's very good. So, his ability to be used comes down to a context of, do you have the ladies C6? If you don't, well, at least your build's good. But it is really unfortunate how this character's performance, his team DPS performance really does come down to whether or not you have C6 Faraz on. So, anyways, you do have C6 Faraz on. Nice. Then you got probably a very nice feeling Wanderer. So, very good. I'm curious, are you gonna try to are you obsessed enough about Wanderer to try to get a better goblet with, like, the elixirs? Because if all you care about in life is trying to, like, improve your Wanderer, right? Then realistically, the only meaningful thing you could do to improve this Wanderer build is an onset goblet that is double crit, right? I'm curious. Are you gonna do it, Night Dwarf? Are you gonna do it? I'm not saying it makes sense to do. There's probably plenty of other characters it could make sense to use the elixirs on, but I'm curious how dedicated you are. He is to 2%. You're gonna try to get better. All right. Well, yep. Then, if your goal is to just make him as good as possible, you might have to use your elixirs for an onset goblet. That might be the only real chance you have. Oh boy. I wish you luck. I wish myself luck. We'll find out if my risk pays off for Arlecchino. It's insanity. It's insanity to do what I'm doing and what you will be doing. But you know what? Sometimes we just like the characters and we wanna get them goblets. Navia, can you show me that? I'm struggling so much to remember. Nice balanced Navia build. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, this is a very good. Oh wait. Oh never. I take it back. I thought it was a 4-piece troop or 4-piece of her set, but the things blended together. It was almost a very, very good Navia build. Two-piece, no-piece is probably still functional, but obviously, you know, I don't know. It's funny. I like it, honestly. It is funny. You got more from donations at Ko-Fi compared to Super Chat. Ko-Fi doesn't take anything, I don't think. Well, no, I think PayPal takes a very small fee. So, yeah. YouTube, if you do Super Chats, takes 25%, if I recall. It's Kinich, and Nubilet. Correct. R1 Amber. Interesting. I mean, you probably want to level... I mean, okay, it's Nubilet. Does it really matter? I can definitely say with a prototype Amber build, you probably definitely want a Hydro Goblet. But at the same time, this do be one heck of a... this do be one heck of a... an HP Goblet, so I think in this context, the HP Goblet probably makes sense. Especially if you're playing with Farina. A little bit inconsistent crit rate, to be honest. It's not my preference, but I can see why you'd be fine with it. It's 69% crit rate. You know. If you just like the big number on Nuvi, I get it. But yeah. And considering you already have so much HP, it doesn't do much leveling up Amber to 90, but technically it would be good. Just unnecessary, kind of. Yep. R5 Amber could be nice for energy refund, by the way. If you're playing him in solo Hydro context, especially. One of the nice things about Prototype Amber I found is how like he doesn't need that much ER with it at R5. And to be clear, going from R1 to R5 is like... What is it? I think it's... You go from like 12 energy refund to... Wait, no. It's 4... 6 to... I think you go from 12 energy refund to 18 energy refunded with Prototype Amber, and so it's not that significant as far as the value for your bill. It's not super important, but it's something you could feel potentially, particularly in the context of a solo Hydro Nubilet with only 109 ER. But yeah, not the amount of crit rate I prefer, but I can see why you'd be fine with it. Anyways, yeah, this Navia build just, I don't know, the Navia build amuses me. It's technically it's the same as like what we saw before, where it's just like a really good Navia build on two-piece, no-piece. That was what the previous one was as well. I don't know why we've seen two of these Navias, but it goes to show how Navia can be usable on non-optimal artifact situations, right? When you understand that set bonuses aren't everything, and the character can still be usable. So, yep. Earthshaker, nice. Crit rate. That's a little bit of a rarity, seeing a crit rate circlet on this set. Perfectly fine as an in-progress option. A little bit unfortunate it didn't actually roll into crit damage. Also, again, I don't know. We learned earlier, just in case you weren't watching earlier Night Dwarf, we learned earlier that apparently attack goblets... yeah, apparently attack goblets are substantially worse than I expected for Kinich. Which is kind of interesting with Bennett, which, to be honest, he feels a lot worse without Bennett in my experience. So, you know, yeah. If you're not using Bennett though, you're doing, I don't know, the Hyperbloom Kinich, or like Kinich is the fourth slot in a Hyperbloom team with whatever characters, you know, Farina, Kinich, Raiden or Kuki, and then whatever Hydro. Wait, no, that's Farina. Another Dendro probably or something. Then I think attack goblet is probably fine. But yeah, anyways. Even a really bad Dendro goblet could be better, so keep an eye out for even a poopy onset Dendro goblet. That's all. Other than that, I think it's fine, especially with his current Abyss Blessing. And we'll see if the next Abyss Blessing buffs him too. It might a little bit, or maybe it won't at all, I don't know, but expect in some amount of future Abyss cycles that Kenich's damage will go down significantly, and that might push you towards wanting to improve the build a little bit. right now having non-optimal builds is really not that important because of how much the blessing is buffing characters. So, yep. But yeah. And be clear, go check, like, use the damage calculator and check like where the breakpoint is for like a Dendro Goblet versus an Attack Goblet on your individual build and individual team, because there can be slight differences in the total stat balances and what characters you're using. Like if you're using Farina with Kinich or not, and I can tell you I do really like using Farina with Kinich, that will change the balance of Dendro Goblet versus Attack Goblet on Kinich. So, you know, go use, like, this website is linked in the description. Go use that website, input your artifacts, and check for yourself to see where the breakpoint would be for a given team for switching to a Dendro Goblet. But yes, it does seem that Dendro Goblet without Farina, assuming Bennett, is a lot better on Kinich. So, I should get Ito on polearm only. That seems unlikely considering he's not a polearm. Anyways, thank you, Night Dwarf. Oh. Well. I don't know what the number was before. I think it was 32, but I'm not 100% sure. 72. Anyone. Last time you didn't count your honor. What? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What are they referencing? Okay, anyone. There's too many characters here. Yeah, Hybrid Red? No, sad. Nice newbie. Where's your crit rate? Well, I mean, look. Yeah, I can see why you do that for Sino. Especially since a lot of people are doing, like, you know, Quick Bloom Sino. A lot of his damage in his team can come from Quick Blooms, therefore it's a little bit less important to have ideal crit rate ratios. So, yep. Nice Hami Yumi build on Ganyu, yeah. Nice. I'll hate them using Chiori's signature weapon. Honestly, I like it. I think he is one of the better users for Chiori's weapon, to be clear. Yeah. You said anyone, and I'm just looking at everyone. Exactly 200 crit damage is satisfying. Yeah, with that good of a circle. Yeah, another example of a build. It's like, yes, more crit rate would be good, but it's not as simple as, oh, switch a crit rate circle and it's better, right? Also, exactly 200 crit damage is satisfying, so I get it. Child. Yep, that do be a child build. Yeah, all your builds just seem to be pretty good builds, you know, with, hey, look, an Iron Sting ER build. What a world. A little bit of a rarity. You have a lot of EM and subsets, too, Jesus. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, this is a very, very good Iron Sting Kazuha. Yep, nice non-hated build. Crit circlet, yep. Full Square Stone, nice. Yeah, looks pretty. That actually looks pretty similar to my build. I think mine's a little bit worse, actually. Not crazily. Oh my god, 17 crit rate. Well, there's all your crit rate rolls from your other characters. Yep. I don't know. All your builds are just, like, pretty decently well-rounded. I have nothing to say. I'm sorry. I have no meaningful advice or thoughts, because you seem like you know what you're doing, I think. Thanks, I'm Brooke. Alright. We're gonna do a last one. And to make it exciting, I'm gonna click, so this button manually refreshes, right? So what I'm gonna do, this is the last one, and then I'm gonna finish all my the backlog of paid ones that I have, to end off the stream. So we're going to press this 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Raiden Hyper. Nahida. Okay, so Raiden Hyper basically is the thing you only do with C2, just FYI. Well, okay. They have C3. So, yep, okay. Nahida, Farina St. Joe. Nahida's both on and off field. Farina St. Joe is balance of both damage and ER for versatility. I think this is a... It's you, Zem? Nice. Yep, I think this is a this is a strong riding. Yep. Wow. Wow, that piece. I mean, 2 dead stats. What are you even trying? Yep. This is a pretty healthy riding. It's still funny how, like, it still doesn't seem like that good of amount of crit. But that's just how engulfing riding be. You can have a nice, really well-balanced build that gets big damage, and then the crit ratio still looks underwhelming, even though it's a really good build. And it's just how hybrid riding, or sorry, it's just how engulfing riding be. Yep, very nice riding build. A normal attack crown, very nice for C6 Bennett shenanigans. I hope. Nice. I figured. I was just checking. Oh, you're doing it. What? Why? I kind of like it. Like with Bennett buff, when you burst on this Chevreuse, she will hit like. What does this Chevreuse get? You didn't ask me to look at Chevreuse, but like. Where Zem, what is what does the Chevreuse get on our burst? Because like, yeah, Chevreuse on Cinder City could be better for the team. Chevreuse on Song of Days Past could be better for the team, but I am curious what this Chevreuse gets on our burst. Because like it's a hybridy Chevreuse that has a decent amount of crit, right? And like in Bennett buff, she probably hits like 50k. I'm guessing, on her initial hit, and then all her little explosions. Like, it's not nothing. Personally, I think, like, you have weird different options for making Chevreuse do damage, by, like, building EM. So, like, in a official situation. You built her just for personal damage? No, you didn't. You put HP main stats on her. You did hybrid. Chevreuse. Her damage doesn't scale on HP, so if you wanted to do damage Chevreuse, you do, you know, like attack pyro crit, right? You technically built hybrid Chevreuse, and also emblem is like if you want a DPS Chevreuse, I think 2piece is the best bet because while her burst can do some damage, notably it's also her C4, right? Using 3 of her skills in a row can be a pretty meaningful amount of damage output as well. DPS Chevreuse can unironically be a good option for helping you in many situations. Especially in riding teams where you might not want to like use her burst to like get an enemy killed, and so having some DPS potential on Chevreuse can be worth it. I quite like it. I mean, actually, I haven't forgotten. I haven't tested a DPS Chevreuse with her C6 since I got her C6 on my min account. But, I mean, balance between her needs and damage. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, anyways, it's not DPS, it's hybrid. That's what I would describe it as, because you're balancing buffing and some damage. It's just, yeah. I was just curious what the burst gets. Anyways, what was that characters we're supposed to look at? Nahida, Freenus Ninja. C2 Nahida. Yup. Is a strong Nahida. Yep. Indeed, is a very strong Nahida. Yeah. I have no idea what kind of damage she hits. The answer is a lot, though. The answer is a lot. Kali. Ooh. Nice. I like her Kali. Yeah, what? The Freenus intro. C2. Yep. Healthy amount of ER. Worst case scenario, you could put an ER timepiece on anyways, so yeah. Yeah, this is a very, very healthy Farina. You didn't forget that you need ER with her signature weapon. It's a bit of a rarity, I think, to see this much ER on a Farina on her signature without an ER timepiece. It's actually kind of crazy. You have like a really, really healthy balance of different stats for her. Hydro Goblet could theoretically be, you know, better, but like it's in my opinion, caring about Hydra Goblet versus HP Goblet with her C2 is just kind of just doesn't matter that much. Wow. Nice thing, Joe. Yep. The optimal amount of crit rate. And wow, that's a piece. Yup. You put some I think some of these artifacts would be better on your Raiden, which is funny. Like oh no, never mind. No, yeah, no, because you need the crit rate on your Raiden. Yeah, never mind, I lied. I was just mostly in the concept of like this has more valuable stats for Raiden, to be clear. Like having the 2 extra attack rolls and the extra ER roll could be like it could technically improve her average DPS, maybe, but probably not because of how much crit rate you'd be losing. So that would be probably bad. The flower actually could be. Yeah, I'm willing to bet that this flower is technically a DPS upgrade for Raiden, but again, losing a tiny bit of crit rate wouldn't be ideal. Losing the crit damage, the crit rate is basically the same, right? Comparing Raiden's flower and Xingqiu's flower for Raiden's damage. Losing 1 minimum crit damage roll and losing 2% crit rate in exchange for getting 2 attack percent and 2 ER rolls would actually make Raiden stronger. I'm fairly confident of that. Is that needed? No. No, not at all. And, you know, this build really doesn't want to lose more crit rate, I don't think, so I don't think it actually makes sense. But I do think it would technically be a better artifact. I'm pretty sure. So, anyways, good Xingqiu. 130 ER enough? On who? On Nahida? Yeah, that's probably fine. I mean, Nahida's ER needs are quite variable. So the answer is maybe. But there's also plenty of teams where you just don't have to burst on Nahida, so, like, doesn't matter. The answer is no. You usually don't build extra ER on Nahida. I like having some extra ER on her, to be clear. But, like, this is, like, a healthy amount of ER on Nahida, in my opinion. So, yep. Anyways, yeah, I don't know if I would bother actually switching the flower or anything. I just think it's an interesting note to mention. As far as, like, yes, this has higher CV, but this has overall higher stat value and is probably better. It's kind of all it is. So, yep. Use prototype Amber and then you don't need that much ER. Yeah, true, exactly. You could make your Nahida better by putting prototype Amber on. And ironically, though, they do have C2 Farina. Like, they have C2 Farina and they have C2 Nahida. Like, making it so Nahida is your healer for your Farina C2 and you get the full damage bonus still is extremely strong. You make the team more fragile, but it's one of the strongest things you can do with Farina is prototype Amber on her. So, yep, not a joke. It's just like you don't have to always do that, right? So, anyways, let's finish all the dang donations. I'm very behind on those. Yeah, we did Fox's last. So, anyways, if you're here for the random, or if you were coming in, here, let me, I guess, unpin this. Just finishing up random, or sorry, not random. Just finishing up donation reviews. No. Check out future streams for... Yeah, whatever, I don't need to overcomplicate this message. There we go. Pin that. Bam. Alright. How do I don't know when the 4 stars are coming. I have no idea why Hoyo is waiting this long. Maybe they're just being stupid and they can't... I don't know. Maybe they're going to turn Shenhe into a 4-star and put her on the banner. That would be nice. I'm not saying, like, change her kit. Like, just leave her kit this game. Just change her into a 4-star. That would solve the rerun problem. What characters do they change to 4 stars and just rerun as 4 stars? Shenhe. Ganyu's probably fine. It's not like it'd be game breaking to rerun Ganyu and Shenhe as 4 stars. Yeah, Albedo. Same with Klee. I don't know, that'd be cool. Suddenly we could, like, get some of these, like, weird constellations on these characters. Like, they're not gonna do this, obviously. I think it's just a funny hypothetical. anyways, point is, if you're hoping for a random review, I'm just gonna draw the line. We're not doing any more random reviews. Yeah. I don't know, depending on how long it takes me to get to the donation ones, maybe I'll do one more. Maybe I'll do number 69, because it just random to 69, and how could I not? But that depends on how I feel after doing like the 10 donation reviews I gotta do. So, anyways, finish up the donation reviews. Feel free to check out future streams if you wanted a chance for the random reviews again. But anyways, that's what the Albedo Cleventi leak was. Yeah, they're getting turned into 4 stars. Oh, true. Oh boy, that would be nice though. That we could dream. Yeah, Piotr, give me $4.99. Thank you. You reviewed my units. Noel, I think Yai guy. This is more of a thank you. If you get the time, you can help me with the Alon. Yes, if you're still in chat. I don't know. I don't remember what your UID was. Like I'd have to go back through like 20 pages of history to find it. So, Piotr, if you still want help with your Aeolon, if you're here, you can give me your UID in chat. Otherwise, I will. You can message me on Discord too. Oh, you are here. Hello. You'll give it sorry. No, it's not your fault. It's all good. Well, I mean, it is technically your fault because you didn't put it in the in the message. Ekin gave me 40 of the currency. I think I should recognize by now because I've seen it a few times, but I can't remember. And they want me to look at their Navia. Look at their Navia and thank you, Piotr. I'll open up a new tab. Open up a new tab for them. All right. Navia. Should you farm the 4 pieces? What they were asking. The 4 pieces of the signature set. Whatever her set is called. I would place a bet and just say no. Especially because you have exactly 2k attack, which is probably before Bennett, or not before Bennett, before Pyro Resonance. But that's satisfying. Yeah, no, I think you're in a case of like you have such a freaking good 2-piece that like looking at the amount of resin it would take you to farm the 4-piece bonus is just like ugh, right. With that said, like if you really like Navia, right, and you like the idea of being able to just have her on a ready to go build, because like one of the downsides of 2-piece combos on a character is that you might end up swapping your 2-piece artifacts that are on your Navia to other characters when you want to use them. Let's say, I don't know, you're like, you level up Gaming and you want to try out Gaming. You don't have a dedicated, well, Gaming might be a bad example because you might have MH artifacts. Whatever. You end up yoinking some of these artifacts for another character, right? For whatever reason. And then, so you have to have this problem of like, when you want to use Navi, you gotta be like, okay, I gotta go double check, make sure I didn't steal her artifacts or whatever. And like sometimes you just don't want to do that, and that's like one of those weird benefits of having like these artifact sets that are hyper niche for like only one specific character. As well, if you get, you know, same thing like for Wander or whatever, right? If you get like one specific build that's only good on Navia that you're never gonna bother switching to anyone else other than like freaking Ningguang, then like, you know, that's an upside. If you really like Navia and just always want to have her on a good build, but it would take you a lot of resin. To get to the point of yeah, like it would take so much resin. like oh boy, I don't know, like again, use a damage calculator website, right? I'm not gonna do this on stream because I do want to get through other things, but input, where the frick is she? I don't know, right? Input Navia here, put in your artifacts, see what the damage calculator says. Don't forget to like put the correct target and whatever, and put your debuffs and buffs and everything for a given team that you like using. And then you can go and switch the artifacts to hypothetical artifacts, right? And what you do is like, so you put your existing artifacts in, these exact ones, but then you be realistic, right? And you put in the 4-piece of, you know, her artifact set, this set, I think that's the right set. But you be realistic and expect, you know, like you're not going to probably get, you know, the exact same feather. You're probably going to get something like, I don't know, let's say a 7.4 crit rate and 15 crit damage feather with 2 ER rolls, right? So like basically 30 CV, but still, you know, less crit rolls, right? And kind of put in those artifacts, but with like less crit rolls in the 4-piece bonus, right? And see if that is that better, right? Is 4-piece of that artifact set with 2 less crit rolls on every single piece, other than the goblet, because probably stick to using this goblet as an off piece presumably. And is see how much better that is, right? Because that's, I think, the realistic way to approach it. Because you're probably not going to farm to the point of getting the same equivalent stat balance as this 2-piece has, right? So you estimate what it would look like by having less overall stats on all of the pieces, and see if that's worth it for you, right? If because it might be that like having 2 less crit rolls in every single piece in the 4-piece set still ends up being, you know, 3% of a DPS increase, and maybe that's worth it for you. But usually I'd say 3% of a DPS increase is probably not, and my intuition is just no, it's not worth it. My hope is that in version 5.3 they will put this in Strongbox, them putting MH and Golden Troop in Strongbox in 5.0 as maybe hope that what their plan is for artifacts is to put them in Strongbox after the artifact set has been out for a year. So hopefully this will just be out in Strongbox soon too, and then you don't have to like waste resin in a domain that is giving you bad artifacts that aren't useful for other characters. Other than like, I don't know, Chevriska used the healing set, to be clear. But yeah, so anyways, thank you for asking that, because I think it's an interesting thing. It's an interesting thing to like consider. It's like where is the point where you like a character enough, and how much resin do you actually spend? It's hard to answer that question. But you know, use tools like this one to try to like figure out that for you, rather than just vibing it. Okay. The Piotr. Oh yeah, the Xilonen. It said they specifically said they wanted help with Xilonen. Well, ER. You have C1, so to be clear, you need probably less ER. And Xialon's, I think, shines the most in Double Hydro, to be clear. Double Hydro, like Farina, Xialon combo with C1, this might be fine. But also, it's one of those things like Xialon still is going to perform pretty decently with an Aqua build on 4-piece emblem with an ER timepiece. That like it's not like an HP timepiece is crazily worse, or it's not like an ER timepiece is crazily worse than an HP timepiece. When you already have other like high investment things going on, in my opinion. Yeah, you think this Xialon needs a 27% ER circlet? True. True. Anyways, yeah. So ER timepiece is probably my vote, which, you know, sanctifying elixir, I guess, maybe. Maybe you'll get lucky like I got on Ash's account the other day. Freaking 40 CV ER timepiece that has 2 HP rolls. Oh, that timepiece. Risk paid off there. Yep, I don't know. I think that's all I have for thoughts on your Xialon. Other than that, it's obviously very good. Yeah. It's really just the timepieces worth considering changing. Or a circlet with more ER, maybe. Like, again, in double hydro situations. I think like the reason I stress like Xialon ER less than I used to in the past is just because of the fact that Farina Xialon double hydro combo is where her strength shines the most. Like, she's not that crazy of a unit in solo hydro situations as far as her damage output. So like, I think it's less important to be concerned about configuring her for solo hydro, right? Because we have like Farina is much more relevant for a solo hydro unit than Xialon is, in my opinion, most of the time. Not that like you would never ever use her solo hydro or anything. So, yeah. Is it less for free to play Navia to do 200k with a 4-piece set? I don't know what that means exactly. If you're asking if that's a low amount of damage for Navia in the 4-piece, no, that seems like a very healthy amount of damage. So, anyways, Sylveons. Oh, we get to look at a Xilonen, whatever, pre-build. Sweet. So we're looking at Kachina and Linnet. Wait, Xilonen pre-builds on Kachina and Linnet. Oh, you probably have 2 different builds, yeah. Put them into calculator, and the goblet on Lynette was higher average damage, surprisingly. Okay, cool. This will be interesting to look at then. So, okay, this looks like a support Xilonen build with crit stats. Probably plan is to use Fab, I'm guessing. Yep. Yeah, I mean, you don't really need to much of any specific stats for a support Xilonen build other than energy recharge to be able to burst consistently in situations for, particularly with Freena. That's the main like concern is if you're doing a support Xilonen build, is are you using her with Freena? If so, you're going to want to build enough ER to burst consistently so you can heal. And you might just want ER in general to burst consistently anyways. So for a Fab build, though, this is obviously perfectly healthy. I think the total healing from this kind of build with a Geo Goblet instead of a Def Goblet would probably be... Ooh. I'm guessing it'd probably be in the neighborhood of like, with level 8 burst, in the neighborhood of like 5,000-ish healing. Like she still heals pretty well without having a bunch of healing stats, right? So yeah. Anyways. Oh yeah. Hey, look, 27 ER circlet. Alright then. Why do you all have these 27 ER circlets? Please share. Alright, this is a DPS build for her. And Sylveon said that this goblet was a higher DPS option for her. Did you have a Geo Goblet too? Or not? Oh, interesting. You're using a crit rate circlet. Are you planning on getting the signature weapon, Sylveon? So, because it's interesting. Even if... You have a Geo Goblet? Okay. Healing doesn't matter at C6. Oh, okay. I didn't know you were going for C6. I thought you were going for C2. How are you going for C6? Aren't you... Why? Okay. I was going to say, aren't you saving for C6 Shenhe? Like, I know Sylveon has been saving for C6 Shenhe. And I know you have like 80,000 Primo Gems because you've been spending too much money stockpiling Genesis Crystals. But like... whatever. You know, good luck, I guess. Hopefully it pays off for you. I feel like getting C6 Xilonen and C6 Shenhe might be a bit of a struggle, but you know what? I am curious how it'll go. If you are, wait, what is her? Oh frick. Okay, I'm not gonna show it on screen because I don't know if Mihoyo has actually announced her C6 or not officially. So I'm not going to show it. I'm sorry. I want to go check what her C6 does. If you're planning to, because I actually need to. I want to test a C2 Xilonen on your account, Sylveon. So let's see. And I want to know if C6 screws with things or not. I don't remember what it does. I know it makes her a team-wide healer, which is silly, and it makes her do a bunch of damage on field. Which is a Night Soul Blessing. When she sprints, leaps, or uses normal plunging attacks, she will gain imperishable Night Soul... Why is this so convoluted? During the limitations of her Night Soul Blessing state and increasing the damage dealt by her normal and plunging attacks for 5 seconds. Wow. That's not that long. During this time, her Night Soul Blessing time limit cooldown will be paused. Oh, okay. So it basically is a 5-second extension. And then, yeah, Night Soul points do not decrease, and Phlogiston does not decrease. Which is interesting. That means that this technically increases, C6 increases her exploration utility too. Weird. She deals 300% of her defense as increased normal plunging damage while in Night Soul Blessing, and she heals party members for 120% of her defense every 1.5 seconds. Okay, the healing kind of matters maybe, for Freena. But for what I need to test with C2 Xilonen, it doesn't matter. She can gain that once every 15 seconds. That's a very whatever C2 in my opinion, or C6. I don't know. It's a very generic, like, here's a support unit, and it makes them more of a carry constellation. It's cool, I guess. Yep. So, anyways, that's whatever. That won't affect my any ability to test C2. So that's fine. That's fine. DPS Xilonen at C6. Yeah, but it's like more like she's actually doing real carry level damage numbers probably at C6 compared to pre-C6 is like you can just play her as a DPS but it's not going to be like the same as, you know, whatever. But even with C6, she's not going to be the same as Kino or anything. If you want to DPS Xilonen, you can definitely do it without her C6. I plan on doing a video with DPS Xilonen. Either it's C0 or C1. We'll see. Anyways. And it will be more than competent, is my current guess. Anyways, interesting stuff going on. It's interesting that your Geo Goblet, or Def Goblet, is calcing as better than a Geo Goblet. Off the top of my head, I don't know why that would be. But I don't know what team you're calcing for, though. It's probably just Freena, I guess. Since Fosa's C0, it may even out anyways. Well, yeah. For my purposes, if I'm going to log into your account, Sylveon, and test C2, then it won't really matter, because what I want to test with C2 is the Electro things. So it doesn't affect anything there. Wow, C4 are looking at. What are we looking at? We're looking at Too Cool for our names. Thank you for the $5. Emily and Chiori. Ooh, Chiori. Nice. Emily. C1 Emily with her weapon. Woo. Yep. Wow, this is a strong Emily. Yup. My God, that goblet. Wow. Yeah, this is a... Wow. Jesus Christ. 2 dead stats in your feather. Are you even trying? Wow. Yep. This is an extremely strong Emily. Yep. This Emily hits hard. That's for dang sure. Very nice. I like it. Thank you for the Emily respect. And a C1 Chiori. Lydia is why Mahoya makes these annoying C1s. I'm just joking. I think you need more courage. Yep. Wow. Wow. Indeed. Oh, by the way, someone remind me before I end the stream. I'll go show you my Chiori build. Since I do intend to get her. That I have going. It will be... okay. Anyways. I like... guilty? Yeah, you are. Anyways, I get it. If you really like Chiori, I can get why you go for C1, right? Because then it just makes it so you just use her with a Geo teammate and she gets the full value of her kit. Versus like needing to use a construct. Like, it's just such a weirdly specific, annoying restriction. Like that's gonna be my end conclusion is an Chiori video. I'm gonna be like, the video will probably be something like, oh, Chiori is actually good now, in my opinion, because of the fact that Kachina exists, for the purpose of being like a really accessible 2-unit core, with Chiori having the ability to use like Harbinger of Dawn as a very compelling free-to-play accessible weapon for her, and can do like meaningful off-field damage. And Kachina can buff her, and Kachina can buff someone else in the team, and Kachina can even be built for EM to do a little bit of shielding. And it's a compelling 2-unit core. I think that's going to be the end conclusion. But then it's also going to be, well, as soon as you end up getting into higher investment options where you have many, many options for strong off-field damage dealers like Fischl, Emily, Farina, Yai, whatever off-field DPS units in the game, right? The more invested you get and have different options, the less relevant I think Chiori would be in doing that, which is kind of weird, right? And like, she wouldn't have that problem if her C1 was just in her base kit. So, like, if it was just when she's paired with a Geo teammate, she gets 2 dolls instead of what? It's weird. It's weird. So I don't get why they did that. Yeah. Anyways, I think it'll be nice to have her as an example. As another way to just mess around with the idea of 2-unit cores, that can be a framework to work around for team building that outputs enough DPS to clear content. So, yeah. And I don't want to get her C1 because I want to specifically keep her as I want to keep her as a lower investment unit, to pair with Kachina, essentially, is my intention. So, yep. Is 11k E procs on Chiori? I don't know off the top of my head. In my calcs that I was doing with my artifacts the other day with Kachina, I think I was looking at like 20k procs on her EE, which I think is more normal for a pretty invested build. It's not like crazily invested though. Like my artifacts are, they look a little bit relatable for some of them. So anyways, nice Chiori, obviously. Oops. And very nice Emily. Let's go do the next one. Just Viniana, thank you. They want me to take a peek at their Wander, Hutao. How many do I have left? Wander, Hutao, Nilu, and Tignari. 1, 2. Oh, good. I don't have that many. Sweet. Not swamped. I like when I don't get swamped with donation reviews. Alright. We Wander, Hutao, Nilu, Tignari. Okay. Yep. Nice Wander. Do you have C6 bars on? Obviously a little bit low crit rate. I do think this build, Circlet isn't insane, right? I do think this build might be in a case of switching to a crit rate Circlet could improve the average damage. So if you're struggling, that could be something you could consider doing. It is possible they're playing like the Rosaria team variant or Layla team variant with Wander, to be clear. And they have higher crit rate from Wander's passive, so it's possible. Oh, yep, they just said they're playing Wander with Farina, Mika, and Layla. So there you go. So you're fine then. How I don't know. Playing without C6 Farazon though, I think it's still a bit rough. But I don't know. Farina's own damage output with like doing Wander, Farina, Mika probably is still with Layla. It's probably still fine in a lot of contexts because yay, Farina good basically. And yeah, Mika is an interesting option, so nice. Yeah, if that's the team you're using, I don't think there's much need to crazily improve the build. Obviously there's improvements you can get though, but I don't know, you might be in a situation where maybe it is worthwhile for you to like use a elixir on the timepiece. Could be, because like you only need, I mean literally because you're in a situation of you use the 2 elixirs for a attack timepiece, right? You would get 2 crit rolls to start at minimum at level 0, and you currently have 2 crit rolls. So right, so at level 0 a double crit timepiece is basically equivalent stats. So you're in a situation where I think it could be meaningfully valuable to spend the elixirs on Wander if you wanted to improve him, but it's not like it'd be a crazy improvement or anything. It's just a consideration if you want to make him better, if that was your goal. You very well could have other use cases for your elixir that are smarter. So what OSD is in the background? We're on the Liyue mountain area. I forgot what the song is called, but it's in the Liyue soundtrack. Homobile, the Crimson, very nice. It is worth mentioning at least that an EM timepiece would be ideal for a Homa Crimson build, but I also think it probably doesn't matter compared to what their overall investment on the theme looks like. Also 5-piece. Wait, okay. Well, being that you're doing 5-piece Crimson, you lost 50-50 at 90 pity. Rip. You probably weren't actually at 90 pity, but either way, if you were in the 80 range, that still sucks. At least the look in the upside though guarantee means you can plan things for the future. But yeah. Anyways, if you have an off-piece EM timepiece to consider, you might want to do that, because that should be better for her damage output, since she's entirely like made around triggering vapes constantly with her charge attacks, right? That's how you get good damage out of Hutao. If you're not triggering vapes constantly with her, she's not useless. Like I have shown that pretty well on polearms only, where a really invested Hutao can get good like just mono pyro style damage. But she is not where she shines, right? So point being, EM timepiece where in the place where she shines the most is ideal. But if you don't have one, you don't have one. Oh well. Tignari is using your best one. Yeah, that's fair. But if you are not using Tignari, right, it's just you're swapping one artifact, right, in this context. So anyways, it's not a terrible timepiece. So it's kind of splitting hairs. I don't think it'll make a crazy difference to your ability to clear content or anything. Ultimately. Nilu and Tignari. Nilu key build, nice. Flop interesting. Normally people just do like full HP, like 2-piece HP, 2-piece HP, I think, on Nilou. It's not irrelevant, to be clear, to do a 4-piece flop build in this style. The reason being is when you're doing like setups with Nilou, you can do something like, let's say you do like Nahida E on all the enemies, and then you switch to Nilou, do Nilou 3Es, right? When you're doing those triple E on Nilou and hitting with that initial like hydro from her, either from her ring or whatever, or from like her burst triggering some blooms, like it's using her EM. She does generate some blooms herself, and therefore 4-piece like flop could actually be in this kind of build. Also, lucky 777s on 2 different pieces, nice. If only this one had 777s as well. You know, that's what you need to improve. You need to farm. This is a joke, but it would be also kind of really funny if you had a triple HP, but you had 777 HP, 777 HP, and a third set of 777. Yeah, but anyways, point being, I think this could actually be, in some ways, it's hard to say more optimal, but I think it could easily be that this results in better clears. Increasing the bloom damage for when Nilou is triggering blooms, even if she's only triggering blooms at like certain parts of a rotation, that could be some extra damage at the start of a rotation. That could be the difference maker in clearing faster or not, more than like just putting more HP on her would be by doing 2 HP, 2 base HP. And slightly increasing, you know, the buff Key of Caution suit gives and her passive gives, right? It's weird, right? It is kind of all it is. I don't necessarily think it's that much worse, and it has some upside. So I like it, is my point. If it weren't for the fact that I have to farm a bunch of this domain to try to get a build like this going, I would potentially consider using this kind of build on her too. And I think this is kind of what MiHoYo intended to some extent as well, with Nilou's design, is they made this artifact set, I think, with the intention of doing something like this, and it's definitely functional. So particularly with Key of Caution suit. Without Key of Caution suit, I would say probably don't do this. Is my gut feeling, but yeah. Anyways, yeah, she procs more blooms than it seems like, so her EM matters, for sure. And the set bonus buffing bloom damage is relevant too. Sumeru is 2 years old. Indeed it is. Tignari. This is a very healthy Tignari build, factoring in the C1 crit rate. That's like 75 crit rate, right? Could use more crit rate, to be clear, but it's not like the end of the world. Obviously, 4-piece Killer Dreams is pretty dang good. Yep. It's a good Tignari. Honestly, I don't think there's much else to say about it. It looks pretty similar to my Tignari. My Tignari uses 4-piece Golden Troop, though. Actually, you know what? I haven't actually... I did a bunch of farming with Golden Troop Deepwood, like, for Emily, and then, like, have a build that I'm using, like, on El Haytham. I haven't actually looked at what a 4-piece Guild of Dreams build on my Tignari would look like compared to my Wanderer's Troop build. I should definitely actually take a look at that. Did I say Golden Troop? I meant Wanderer's Troop, not Golden Troop. Sorry. Wanderer's Troop, the one that gives extra charge attack damage bonus for bow units. Yeah, no, Golden Troop Tignari. As much as I do Mimi things, I don't think I'm planning to do Golden Troop Tignari anytime soon. Don't need to buff his skill. I think I'm fine with not doing that. Alright, check and give a note for myself. Maybe we'll do that to end this stream. Tignari check, Guild of Dreams build. What else was that? There was something else I told you guys to remind me about that I wanted to look at. Oh yeah, I'll show you my Chiori build after we finish here. Oh well, finishing is gonna take a second longer. Thanks for the donation. We'll get to yours in just a second here. We're not that far behind. Alright, I think we finished. Yeah, we're finished. Alright, thanks, Vinny. Timothy Gilson. Oh, Timothy Gilson. I got like 10 minutes left on my lunch break. Just came in to say Bargain made in Chevreuse is based and literally never use Shiminao on anyone. Thank you, Timothy. Alright, Lord Marcellus. Fremine. Ooh. And anyone else you feel like looking at. C1 gives skill crit rate. Yep. C2 gives energy. 4th con gives attacks. C6 gives crit damage. Yep. Shoop doop doop doop. Fremine. I do want to build him event. Ooh, you're using Fang of the Mountain King on him. That's an interesting option. You have to trigger pyro-related reactions to trigger the passive, right? For giving skill damage bonus. Weird. I don't dislike the idea of it. But you also have a physical build on him. Like, it could make sense for a Melt Fremine, right, in particular. But it's a physical build. So, you know. Also, yeah, I didn't even notice. R3. Wee. Were you going for R5 or something? If you hit with a skill, it also gives a stack of skill damage? Oh, okay. I forgot about that. Is Fremine the best use case for this weapon that isn't Kinich then? It might be. I guess. Do I do a last minute pull on the banner for Fremine? No. I think I have compelling enough weapon options to not do that. You're gonna eventually R5 it? Nice. Alright, that's... I respect it. Alright, anyways, this is yet another build, by the way. The crazy circlet has a whack ton of crit rate in substat, which again means, like, it is not a given that, oh, you switch to a crit rate circlet and the build becomes better. Like, really, it would just be get more crit rate and other artifacts, but it's, again, easier said than done. So, yeah, obviously not, I'd say, a perfect crit ratio, but it's fine. You just deal with the RNG. It's kind of something, like, it's one of those things, especially when you're, like, playing the more undertuned units, like 4-star physical DPSs, you kind of just deal with and having to optimize regardless. So having to optimize around RNG is just another layer of whatever. You embrace the pain sometimes. 28 crit damage on a crit circlet, good or not that crazy on a roll? It's very good. I don't have that many circlets that have that many crit damage rolls. It's very good. Ultimately though, like, what really determines how good of a circlet is its non-crit rolls as well, which I think people forget way too often, right? Like, the overall distribution of stats matters pretty heavily on circlets, not just the crit, right? I have lots of good circlets on my main account that are good because of the fact that, like, they have 3-4 other rolls and other stats, HP, attack, ER, EM, whatever, and a little bit of crit, right? So, anyways. So, yes, a 28 crit damage circlet, though, on a crit rate circlet, is very good at a baseline. Nice Fremine, I like it a lot. Yep, I respect it. Hopefully, hopefully you can get your R5 weapon eventually. Does it make sense to do that? No, but you know what? I highly respect the idea of pulling an R5 weapon more for just your obsession for a 4-star than anything else, so I like it a lot. Anyways, hello from South Africa, 11 p.m. over here. Nice. Hello back. Yeah, wait, you only asked about Fremine, right? Well, you know what? We're gonna take a peek, see if you got any other funny builds going on. Like 1,000 floating dreams on Baiju. Wait, why? Also, C3 Baiju. What? Yeah, that's a fine artifact set option for him. I prefer him on Deepwood for obvious reasons, but, what? What? Huh? Interesting. Wow, this is a... Yeah. This is a very interesting Emily build. I like it. Wait, tenacity? I didn't notice that. What? Huh. I mean... No, I don't like it. I'm sorry. I don't like it. It works, yes. I can get that it works with this decent amount of a stat spread, but, like, it bothers me still. I'm sorry. Nice. I, I adore the fact that Dia can be used in so many weird ways. This is one of them I forgot about, quite frankly. I haven't considered this in a while. This is the Dia like AFK build. You can see some clips of people using 4-piece Ocean Hue Clam and Dia just AFKing, tanking through enemies. It doesn't work against all enemies. But she can just technically kill things AFK. By enemies attacking her, and then Ocean Hue Clam slowly dealing damage, and it's really funny. So Dia AFK farming strats. Let's go. I forgot about it. Thank you for reminding me. All right, thank you, Marcellus. I adore this. Thank you. We're doing Pep or Pape. Yapped in the form about deets. Okay, so we have to find their form entry then. Oop, what? Oh, I copied their name instead of their UID. Oops. Alright, paste. There we go. Alright. Xilonen soon? Soon indeed. By the way, do you guys want me to do like a Q&A Xilonen stream? I haven't been doing these lately because I just think they're not that important. Because most people are just going to look at whatever guide creators anyways, and I think it's easier for me to just be like, go watch the Jeff or whatever. Or Sevi. But are you guys interested in me doing a Q&A Xilonen stream like on Tuesday or something? Anyway, let me find there. I think we can control F. Yeah, there we go, I found it. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. I can just paste it in here. Oh. Okay, that kind of broke things. Yeah, we're just gonna look at it over here. Is it worth farming? Oh god, is it worth farming dedicated on-set pieces for Arlecchino? Chiori Circlet. She's on death since using Heart of, or Harbinger of Dawn. Yeah. Is it worth swapping the current setup? Will swap if I get signature. I am unsure if I keep the current sands or... Okay, yeah, you did yab. I mean, I understand. I'm unsure if I should keep the current sands, goblet, circlet setups on them due to cons, or if I should swap around. They're generally together. Other teammates are... It's not even showing the rest. Where's the... There we go. There we go. Other teammates are R5 Ziphos, Kazuha, Petra Zhongli, Hiro Xilonen when she's out. Baiju on occasion. Okay. Good to know. Alrighty. Mika Wannabe, Arlecchino, Chiori, Newbie, Farina. Alright. Where? What? Am I blind? I see no Arlecchino. Oh wait, no, they said Mika Wannabe Arlecchino. That, I understand. My brain, it took a second. It took a second for me to compute. Yep, no, I get it. This is the Arlecchino build. Yep. Arlecchino does the same crit damage, of course, so would have a little bit more crit damage than this. This is a very good gladiator build. As far as like answering the question of is it worth it to farm Whimsy for gladiator, or sorry, for Arlecchino. I mean, she is a gladiator. Let's be real. Probably not. Quite frankly, like I think this is good enough to not be concerned about that. The weird circumstance in your case is like, and this is the problem with like Staff of Homa on Arlecchino, is needing that crit rate. Obviously 68% crit rate is a little bit low. I have, I think, 76% crit rate on Arlecchino, and I can definitely feel that being a little bit inconsistent sometimes. Like I have an Arlecchino team. I usually use Staff of Homa on her, but like when I'm trying to like optimize clears down, just because I enjoy playing her and enjoy optimizing clears with her because it's fun for me, I oftentimes notice that the reason I'm not clearing is because I didn't land crits on like certain vaporized hits, because there's a 25% chance not to crit, right? But at the same time, you can also just still optimize around landing the crits on those big vaporized hits. So I think it's fine. But it's possible you could see enough value from, farming a new stat for her if it winds up with you getting, 75%, 80% crit rate compared to 68%. But the overall stat balance makes it, I think, very not worthwhile to farm the new set. versus just like being able to strong box better gladiator pieces, right? It is I think my general vibe. So yeah, that's I think my verdict. Yeah, I'll plan on doing a Xilonen stream, by the way, a Q&A Xilonen stream on Tuesday, most likely, hopefully, unless I forget or some reason. Yeah. So, anyways, I forgot what the other characters we're supposed to look at was. Chiori, Nubi, Frina. Oh, and they were asking about this. Okay. I thought they said they were using a Death Goblet on Chiori. So Harbinger of Dawn gives 28% crit rate. Don't forget that. Win over 90% health. So that does mean if you're using Chiori and Farina together, you do have to have like a healer that keeps your HP topped up. So that is the notable downside of Harbinger of Dawn on Chiori, really, is when paired with Farina, you want like it loses a lot of value if you don't have like healers that are keeping your HP constantly topped up, which is an odd factor to consider. But other than that, this seems like a pretty good Golden Troop Chiori build. To be clear, like oh, they're using Death Circlet. Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah, generally speaking, crit damage circlet should be better, I think. Oh yeah, 1350 achievements. Is that all of them? That might be all of them, I'm not sure. But yeah, generally speaking, I think crit damage circlet would be better. I'm pretty confident of that. But this is not unusable if you don't have a decent crit damage circlet. Like, I'm not actually... Compared to the crit damage circlet I will show you on my main account that I have for Chiori, I don't think this is that much worse, right? But it's something, again, if I wasn't trying to get through things here, comparing, like, using a tool like this to compare, like, what the def percent circlet versus a crit damage circlet on Chiori, this is not Chiori, but comparing that with the tool like this is useful, so, to determine how worthwhile it is to, like, continue farming for it kind of thing, right? But notably, I do think a def goblet, like, in my calcs that I was doing with Chiori, I was doing Chiori, Harbinger of Dawn on 4-piece Golden Troop calcs with without any other buffs other than Kachina's buff and the artifact set going on, and I was finding that def goblets were better. So, you know, if you do have a really good def percent goblet, don't forget that's an option. But this is an onset geo goblet that's obviously pretty good, so I don't think you really need to switch off of it. I'm just saying if you happen to have those random double crit def goblets, because we tend to get those. So yeah. And yeah, Arlecchino was just like, yeah, it's just you're gonna have to like use her and feel it out. I wouldn't bother. I don't know. We don't know when she's rerunning, but I don't think I'd bother farming for Arlecchino set. Personally, with this kind of build, I would just be trying to maybe improve it by continuing to strongbox Gladiator or something. Good Nubilet. I was gonna say you probably need more ER, but it looks like you probably play him with Frida, since you have C1, well C2 technically, and so you're probably fine, I suspect. Yeah, I think you're probably fine. Yeah, no, your Farina and your Nubilet look very good. Farina is like, yeah, 70 crit rate, 200 crit damage, yeah, yep, and a very healthy amount of ER. Yep. No, I think both of these characters are very, very healthy as far as their overall build balance goes. Yeah. Oh, nice. HP circlet on Nubilet. A little bit of a rarity. I think this is probably better. Yeah. It's very, very easily possible this is better than a crit damage circlet on him. Might be on the line, to be clear, but yeah, nice. I like it. With his signature weapon giving so much crit damage, right? Going to like what 200, you'd go to like 280 crit damage with the crit damage circlet, assuming you had the same amount of crit rate. But like gaining 40 crit damage, losing 46% crit rate, or 46% HP. I think this circlet is better. I think. So yeah, bye Pandospot. All right. Anyways, I think that's all we had to look at with Pep. Yep. Nice. All right. Thank you. Nice builds. Yeah. I don't think I missed anything. For some reason, I felt like it did. Alright, last one. Scream Dino Crab. Sorry for the wait. Candace Xilonen, which is on Kachina. And they're hoping for a C2 R1 Xilonen and Candace C6 during next patch event. Oh yes, freaking Candace I think is free in the event next patch. I forgot about that. Nice. Right? Wait, was that confirmed? Did Mihoyo announce that officially? I think they did, right? So that's awesome. Yeah, you can get Candace C6, and that means you can do Arlecchino Candace babe AoE shenanigans. Sick. Nice. Hopefully enjoy it. I will say, like, yeah, having around this much ER is kind of like the ideal. But I'm talking this much ER with Fav, so you might end up needing to switch to Fav, I will say. But yeah, doing triple HP is the theoretically ideal for use with Arlecchino. And I will also say that I notice Candace the most over Xilonen. I prefer the Candace Bennett Kazuha Candace C6. Candace Bennett Kazuha Arlecchino team just in general because of like its general feel of play and like speed of rotations. I find it just very, very enjoyable over Xilonen just in single target situations. But Xilonen, I don't know if you have Xilonen, but Xilonen as a point of comparison, right, can still be obviously very compelling and plays very similarly ultimately. And in some ways to many people might play easier. But I'd noticed Candace being meaningfully better than Xilonen when I can put instructors on her. I don't usually do it because I just prefer the more comfortable team rather than needs slightly higher DPS. But that is a consideration if you're talking like a really annoying build to try to do is a 4-piece instructors build on Candace. Can be, you know, that extra EM for Arlecchino can be pretty dang significant as far as like the big numbers you see from her in that team. So yeah. Anyways, you do have Xilonen C0R1 but for Candace playstyle and design. Nice. I like it. I hope you'll enjoy the team. It is genuinely one of my favorite teams, and I can't help but feel happy about the fact that I'm the one that that popularized it to some extent, even if it's not that common of a team for people to use. So thank you to Shar for 100 of whatever that currency is. I don't know if you wanted a review, but you can let me know in the chat, I guess. Although I also would request people stop donating so I can end streaming at some point. But if you want to, I can't stop you, and I will do it. So anyways, what was the other thing? Let's look at Xilonen's build on Kachina. Yep, support build, healing bonus, def tech. Hey, this looks like my build. You have, and if it's a fab build, you have plenty of ER. That is, yep, this looks extremely similar to my build. With a little bit different overall. I think I actually have a lot more crit rate, which is just how my artifacts happen to go, to be honest. But I don't think, like, the interesting thing with like a fab build on her, particularly if you have R5, right? The sequence of like a fab build is like you do, I think what you will do is you do Xilonen E, Xilonen Burst, and then you do one normal attack to get her buff going. So that's 3 instances of hits that all could crit, which means with like a high refined fab sword, which not all people have obviously, you don't need that much crit rate, I think. But you might end up wanting a little bit more crit rate if you're planning on using Fav. I don't know. They didn't say if they're using Fav or not. Yeah. So that's I think my only comment. If you're not using Fav, then your weapon options are a little bit less ideal. like the craftable is fine. It will increase your healing, but then you actually might need to switch to an ER timepiece. But hey, then you don't need any crit rate at all. So, plan to run her R1. Should you go for ER Sands? You probably don't need ER Sands, but yeah, if you're doing R1 Fav, so healing bonus circlet, to be clear, very well might be relevant for Freena. But for general supportive utility, you can do def crit rate, right, to make sure you trigger Fav consistently. Otherwise, like if you're talking a perfectly optimized Xilonen build for maximized healing on Fav, you might need some more crit rate with a lower fine Fab is my guess, right? Because with only 15% crit rate, we're talking, you know, a low chance you even get a crit in the 3 instances of damage at all, doing skill, burst, normal attack. Like, not 0, and particularly in AoE situations, I do believe her burst does AoE damage, and that can significantly increase the chance you trigger Fav. But in the worst case scenario, like single target situations, you would probably struggle, I think, to trigger R1 Fav consistently. So you might be better off just using a crit rate circlet, is my point. Crit rate circlet, and then your healing is probably still enough. But if you end up using her with Frina and feel like the healing is not enough, then maybe it's worth farming a little bit more for like. But it's like, it's like really unnecessary, I think, ultimately. You could also just like maybe level her burst more to get more healing out of her, kind of thing. I don't think her healing is going to be bad with a non-healing bonus circlet, is my point. But the healing bonus circlet does make a difference in the healing you get, which can mean it makes a difference in your ability to like overheal on a team so that you trigger Farina's passive, right? Like that's my goal with my Xilonen build, is to get her to a invested enough point where she can trigger Farina's passive, where the on-field healing from Xilonen starts healing other units in the team because of Farina's passive. That triggers on overhealing. So having as much healing as possible can be nice for that, right? But is it necessary? It depends on the team. So, yep. Am I shadow banned? No, you're not. I was just yapping. I saw your UA. Thank you, Tushar. I thought this was gonna be a short stream. These interview streams are never that short. Sorry. Your message is not showing. It's showing for me. I also think it should be showing. Wait, is it not showing in the whatever thing? I don't know. I see it. But anyways, oh, it's not showing on stream. I think the on-stream chat does top chat by default, which means YouTube filters out message that YouTube thinks is spam, but it doesn't delete them. Anyways, yeah. So, anyways, the point is, maybe more crit rate for Fav. That's all. But Fav can be a pain sometimes. And if you really need more healing, you have the alternative option of doing the same healing bonus circlet, but then like use the craftable weapon and then an ER timepiece instead, right? I think is probably the easier solution to getting more healing if you need to with Farina, rather than trying to lose your mind farming for crit rate substats, right? It's just like the crit rate substat route with triggering Fav consistently is the universal way. And also it might not even be that relevant depending on what the builds in your whole team looks like to trigger Fav consistently, right? It just might not be necessary. So, yep. Anyways, do I care about the teapot? I mean, I do use the teapot for like the resin materials, yes. Yeah. Nice builds. Hope you enjoy C6 Candace when you get her. Let's look at 2 shards quick and then hopefully end the stream. We'll go into my main account quick to show the Chiori build, which is very good. No, it's not very good. It's certifiably okay. It'll be functional. What did you want me to look at? You didn't put a message with your thing. Tushar, you didn't even say what you want me to look at. What do you want me to look at? Oh, you're hoping to get her best in slot R1? Yeah, I mean, you'd probably need an ER timepiece with Xilonen's best in slot if you want to burst consistently. To be clear, it'll depend on the team, right? But probably yes. But with how many, I don't know, with how much ER subsets you had, it might not. I don't know. It depends. Her ER needs are not high, but they can be high if she's solo Geo, which she oftentimes will be. So, like, the answer is probably yes, still. Jig me. I'm done reviewing randoms. I'm just finishing up donation reviews, sorry. If you looked at the pinned comment, but you can feel free to join future streams. I do randomized ones with the form and whatever. Like, Tushar, I don't really want to, like, I mean, I guess they're not saying, so I'll just glance through. Oh, check all, but main advice is Farina Nubula. Okay. Yep, seems like this is a good Wanderer's Troop build with Amos. Yeah, it's a very good Wanderer's Troop build with Amos, actually. Yep, good emblem build, C2 even. Yep, this is very good emblem build. I feel like you don't need that much health. I mean, there's situations you might need an ER timepiece, but that's fine. Obviously, very good. Your Farina. Oof. Your only ERs from your timepiece. Oof. Oof. Yeah, I mean, Farina, if you're struggling using her, it's probably needing more ER in, you know, non-double hydro situations in particular. And unfortunately, I think the easy solution for you would mean not using her signature, right? Would mean switching to Fav if you need to. Other than that, you'd have to farm to get more ER substats because you have a ton of crit, but you have no other like stats, right? You just have crit. Also, HP Goblet I think is better on her, by the way, before C2. So there's that if you have an HP Goblet, but obviously if this is still a very good Goblet, to be clear. It's just a consideration, particularly if you have an HP Goblet with a bunch of ER. So, yep. Candace sees 0 worth it to run it all with Arlecchino. I mean, for Overworld, maybe. Because you can still get, like, some vapes by just her switch Hydro. But generally speaking, no. I wouldn't play Candace. You're not going to be able to use Candace very easily with Arlecchino if she's not C6. So, if Candace isn't C6. Get Kirara's signature off of Farina. True. How much HP should you have on her? That's not... I mean, her she gets like bonus damage, I think, from her... Is it from her passive or is it her skill? I don't know. Or kit. Her kit says like it caps out some damage bonus for her skill damage with 40k HP. That doesn't mean you need to hit 40k HP though. That's just where it caps out. And that passive is a big part of that passive, plus the fact that she gets a whack ton of damage bonus from her own buff and damage bonus from the set bonus is what makes HP Goblet better pre C2 than a Hydro Goblet. But it doesn't mean you need to hit 40k HP. So the answer is like HP substats are good, right? HP substats are as good as crit substats. Like this timepiece is extremely good for her, right? So like you shouldn't feel like, oh, I need a better like no, this timepiece is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 relevant lines on an ER timepiece, no dead stats or no bad rolls, not no dead stats. And like the difference maker between, you know, it's possible you get a better artifact in like your feather by actually having some HP rolls instead of, you know, crit or whatever. It's possible. Because of how much crit damage you have, that an HP roll with less crit damage could maybe be slightly better, right? You're in a circumstance where a 5.8% HP roll in exchange for a minimum crit damage roll is probably a DPS improvement, but we're really splitting hairs there, right? Does it actually matter? No. The only thing that really matters for your Farina is whether or not you're able to burst consistently. So having more options for ER if you need it is really all you need. And that can be as simple as just switching to Fab, quite frankly, because you still have a very good Fab build. Like, even if you lose the 88 crit damage and go down to 160 crit damage, this is still a very good build with Fab. So, like, yeah, that's my feeling. I think your build is fine. Just switch to Fab if you need it. Unless you don't have Favs, then I guess you switch to the pipe. Is my take, personally. But consider an HP Goblet if you have it. A similar HP Goblet, but a Hydro Goblet is still fine. It still makes her deal more damage, so it's not bad. Nubulette. No, your Nubulette has a very healthy amount of ER. Nice. That's a rarity on Nubulette. Yeah, no, I actually really like this Nubulette. It's very healthy, in my opinion. Yep. I mean, you can get a better feather, maybe. But, like, do you need a better feather? No. I don't think it matters that much. Yeah, this is actually a very healthy Nubulette. I don't think there's anything to improve on it, in my opinion. I think having this much ER on Nubulette is actually a big upside, right? Because, like, not... Like, I've run, like, 130-ish Nubulette many times, and I've just been like, ugh. Or 140 ER Nubulette sometimes, in where he's the only Hydra unit. and then he doesn't get his burst back just slightly, and it's just like, oh. And having to like wait for an additional skill or whatever to get his energy back it sucks. So like, I don't know. A point is a big upside of just his weapon, his signature weapon, and this much energy is like, you are never gonna have to worry about having his burst back. I believe. And that's a significant upside because it's just gonna make him feel very consistent and not awful all the time. So, unironically, I really like this. I really like your Nubilet build. I don't think there's anything to change about it. Like, oh, to be clear, getting more crit rate could be nice. It is actually possible, I will say. It is possible that a crit rate circlet could be better. It's possible. But actually, well, it would be 21% more crit rate. Yeah, no, it could be. Yeah, a crit rate circlet could be better. It probably would be better, actually, for your average damage, technically. Or an HP circlet, maybe even. But again, I think it's splitting hairs. It doesn't really matter, especially since you lose 3 ER rolls. I think it's kind of right. So I don't know, but that would be maybe the main consideration, is maybe a crit rate circlet or HP circlet, even if you have a HP circlet with a bunch of crit rolls. Crit rate rolls in particular. If you get some weird like a HP circlet with 15% crit rate and crit damage rolls and whatever, could be an upgrade technically. So it's a consideration, I would say. Yeah, I mean, it's a C1 Kazuha. I would run ER timepiece personally on a Freedom Sworn C1 Kazuha, in my opinion. But there are teams where you don't burst on Kazuha, so it's not truly necessary. Nice Ayaya. Relatable Hu Tao crit rate, but, you know, makes sense. Might want to do EM timepiece, but also, again, splitting hairs kind of situation. Ooh, nice 200% crit damage, and your ER is non-existent. I mean, look, if you're doing triple animo, you could do Shao Farazan C6 and Shao, and his ER is probably maybe fine, maybe. But also, ER check. Yep. Is Zhongli on Vortex? Wow. You have a second tome? Nice. I like it. Two-piece build, obviously is pretty good. Yeah, it's a good two-piece build. Very good two-piece build, actually. Yeah. This is a good enough two-piece build. I think you're in a similar situation to where, like, I am, where, like, oh wait, Golden Troop doesn't do anything, sorry. So her skill, like, her skill says a line in it, if you read through her skill, it says, her damage counts as normal attack damage. So that means two-piece Golden Troop doesn't do anything. So you might want to consider swapping that around a little bit. But ignoring that, your two-piece build for the overall stat balance is actually in a similar place where, like, it's kind of... Actually, wait, no, I'm dumb. My brain was, like, auto-adding the 40 crit rate. But I'm talking about two-piece, so never mind. Yeah, you probably want to farm for... you probably may want to farm for Emily more, but that's fine. You're probably going to pull Natlan units anyway, so it makes sense. I don't think it's unusable in this build or anything, because, you know, she still does her new front-loaded damage, even RNG optimized, but yeah. Anyways, I think you got good builds going. Just a ER check most of the time, except on Nubilet. And then, yeah. So, I think you got good stuff going. Anyways, alright, that's going to be the end of the reviews. I can save my sanity and take a break here. Let's go... I'm going to leave the screen up for a second while I log in to my main account. Very briefly, we're going to do one last build review. We'll review my Chiori build. I need to go to the bathroom. But, you know, we're just gonna do my Chiori build quick and then end the stream. So you can get excited about Chiori. I mean, it's not really that excited, but I want to show this because, like, again, like, part of the reason I want Chiori is, like, as a way to have, like, a more low investment double unit team core option. So, like I probably, if I had Chiori, I would have done something weird like Chiori with Shao, right? I think. So, anyways, so my build for her is going to be probably my Farina's artifact. And so Farina can just get swapped with this and be fine. And then I have Probably this, just because it's a bunch of crit. It's pretty decent. I leveled up a def percent timepiece yesterday. Not that. Where the heck is it? Yeah, this piece, which it rolled okay. It rolled flat def instead of EM, which is better for Chiori, so I'm fine with it. And then I have a def percent goblet, which I think from the calc side it is better for me, which is a pretty dang good goblet. And then I leveled up a circlet, and it rolled all into flat HP, which really annoyed me, because like you could have at least rolled flat def, right? But instead it rolled once into crit rate and all into flat HP. Like, come on. The one freaking bad stat for Chiori. You troll game, but hey, at least it's relatable, I guess. So people won't just yeah. So anyways, yeah, I'm planning on pulling Xilonen and Chiori. I haven't decided how I'm going to do that yet, but I don't know. You know, we'll see. Look forward to the wishing video on Wednesday. But yep, probably no stream tomorrow, but probably we'll stream Tuesday. I'm gonna hopefully have Hybrid Riding video out before maintenance. But yep, I need to go to the bathroom. Thanks for watching. Bye bye.